192.
192. 192.
Oh, ndio.
Ile imebaki.
Let us pray. Almighty God, who in wisdom and the goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with abundant favor as your servants whom you've been pleased to court the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that come under deliberation in so just and faithful manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests were committed to our church. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honourable members, I have some 2 communications which I'll issue a little later.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Vice Chair, Parliamentary Service Commission. Vice Chair.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, June 16, 2020. Report of the Parliamentary Service Commission on recruitment of the Parliamentary Service Commissioner who is not a member of Parliament.
Very well. Can go to the next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Vice Chair. Vice Chair Steve.
Notice of motion.
Notice of motion. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that taking into consideration the recommendations of the Parliamentary Service Commission in its report on the recruitment of the Parliamentary Service Commissioner who is not a member of Parliament, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, June 16, 2020, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 127, Subarticle 2D of the Constitution, this House appoints Honorable Rachel Ameso Amolo as a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
First question by the member for Lamu County. Honorable Rueda Obo Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ask question 060-2020 to the Cabinet Secretary for Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide the status of the construction of Barigoni Dam in Hindi Ward, Lamu County? 2. How much money has been utilized in the construction of the dam? 3. When will be the construction of the project be completed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question referred to the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. Next question by the nominated member, Gideon Keter. The Honorable Gideon Keter. Move to the next question by the member for Kaiti, Honorable Joshua Kimilo. None of you members don't have cards or what? Put your card and make a request.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to ask a question. Mr. Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary provide the number of public schools in Kaiti constituency that are yet to be connected with electricity? That is one. Two, when will be the said schools be connected with electricity? And three, could the Cabinet Secretary confirm the number of customers within the radius of 600 meters from the nearest power transformer yet to be connected and a last mile connectivity? Thank you.
Question referred to the Committee on Energy. The next question by the member for Yata, Honorable Charles Kilonzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Cabinet for Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. Roman 1, could the Cabinet Secretary give the status of the proposed Yatta Dam in Yatta constituency? Roman 2, what measures is the ministry taking or putting in place to ensure Yatta Canal is urgently rehabilitated to provide water to the residents of Yatta constituency, and what steps are being taken to ensure routine maintenance works are carried out year after year? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. This is referred to the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. For the second time, question by a nominated member, Honorable Gideon Keter. The Honorable Keter. This is the second time the member is not present. Question is dropped. Next is the request for statements. The following members. First is the request by the member for Embakasi Central, the Honorable Benjamin Gadiru.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health in regards to COVID-19 cases in Embakasi Central. Honorable Speaker, aware that from the daily briefings issued by the Cabinet Secretary for Health, the number of people who have tested positive for COVID-19 in the country is on the rise. Honorable Speaker, it is on this account that I seek for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health in the statement that the chairperson should, one, tabulate the COVID-19 positive patients who are hospitalized and those not in hospitals as at 11th June 2020. And number two, could the chairperson provide details of confirmed cases of COVID-19 patients in Embakasi Central constituency? That is, the total number, points where they were tested, hospital where they are hospitalized, and specific areas of residence within the constituency. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I see the Chair of Health is not present. The request will be channeled through the Office of the Leader of Majority. Next, member for Kamukunji, the Honorable Yusuf Hassan. Member for Kamukunji.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. Pursuant to Standing Order 44 2C, I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Committee on Implementation regarding the order to ban importation of second-hand clothes, popularly known as mitumba in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, on the 24th of March 2020, the Cabinet Secretary for Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development issued a statement on the ban of importation of second-hand clothes due to the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic. However, the Minister did not offer any medical evidence to support that argument. The Cabinet Secretary issued this statement immediately after her appointment to that position, and proposal by the private sector to come up with modalities to sustain and transform the apparels and the textile industries and activate the cotton value chain. The Cabinet Secretary alleged that the directive would boost the local textile industry, which she claimed was facing competition from cheap second-hand clothes from overseas. This action appears to be in contravention of the assurances given by the Cabinet Secretary to the Committee of Appointments during her vetting process in February, when she assured the committee of her commitment to fully support small, medium enterprises, including the mitumba sector. Honorable Speaker, the ban on the importation of mitumba clothes would have a great impact on our economy, as this sector is the backbone of many livelihoods in our country, especially the youth in the informal sector. Mr. Speaker, for instance, in 2019, Kenya imported 200,000 tons of mitumba worth 20 billion shilling, out of which 7.5 billion was in form of taxes to the government. Additionally, the Cabinet Secretary has not made any meaningful effort to engage and dialogue with the relevant stakeholders on the way forward. Up to 10 million Kenyans are involved in this trade in some way or another. It is against this background, Honorable Speaker, that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Committee on Implementation on the way forward with regard to the undertaking made by the Cabinet Secretary during her vetting process and her subsequent actions so as to find a way forward in revamping this business in the informal sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That request should be directed to the Honorable Ole Kenta. Is he the one there? Or representative in title?
Mr. Speaker, I am Honorable Sotsi, Vice Chairperson of that committee, and I promise that this is a very serious matter, which the committee is going to take it up, and maybe within 2 weeks we will provide an answer to this House.
And perhaps if, without getting a written answer, it may be desirable that you invite the Cabinet Secretary to appear before your committee, Honorable Sotsi, and at that meeting, you invite the Honorable Yusuf Hassan, yes, so that he can engage, because the Honorable Yusuf Hassan is a member of the Committee on Appointments, and indeed, the issues he has raised were captured on Hansard when the Cabinet Secretary was making the pledge that she will support the mitumba business people. So it may be important that you have a sitting with the Cabinet Secretary, rather than just getting a written statement to come and read here. Then Honorable Hassan will tell you, look at the Hansard. It's good that you invite the Cabinet Secretary, she comes, and invite the Honorable Yusuf Hassan and any other member who may have any interest to come and engage with the Cabinet Secretary and your committee.
Well guided, Mr. Speaker.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The next request is by the member for Isiolo County, the Honorable Rehema Jaldesa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I request for statement regarding placement of student from Isiolo County into universities of higher learning, into institution of higher learning in the country. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 44-2C, I wish to request for statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education and Research regarding placement of student from Isiolo County into institution of higher learning in the country. Honorable Speaker, during the recent concluded exercise of placement of 2019 Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education, KCSE, candidates to universities and colleges, and release of the report of the 2020-2021 placement circle by the Cabinet Secretary for Ministry of Education on June 2nd, 2020, students from schools in Isiolo County were not considered for selection to pursue certain courses, particularly those that are traditionally perceived to be lucrative, among them medicine, pharmacy, law, commerce, engineering, among others. Honorable Speaker, it is on this account that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education and Research. In the statement, the chairman, or rather the chairperson, should inform the House on the following. 1, why is it that over the past few years, no student in Isiolo County has been admitted to pursue the traditionally perceived lucrative courses such as medicine, pharmacy, law, engineering, among others? Number 2, what measure has the ministry put in place to ensure that application and selection of students from marginalized regions, and in particular Isiolo County, is done fairly, including affirmative action, with a view of promoting equality and balance for all applicants? Number 3, what measure is the ministry undertaking to ensure distribution of such courses is done equitably to students from all areas of the county? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You said there are some courses which are lucrative.
Yes.
Are they lucrative or prestigious?
Perceived. Mr. Speaker, I said perceived.
Perceived to be lucrative.
Yes.
Well, very well, very well. The request is to the chairperson of the Committee on Education. The Honorable Meli, is the Honorable Meli in the chamber? If it's not, the question will be channeled through the office of the Leader Majority. Are we on the? Now, Honorable Gideon Ketel, you know, if you come late, the House starts at 2:30. I called your question twice. You are not in the House. You cannot point at some place which I don't know where. Are you pointing to say that you are in the air? Well, because you represent the youth, I will rescind my earlier decision. But now, in the future now, the youth should be the first ones to be in the chamber when they're required to be in the chamber.
Thank you.
As a good example, isn't it?
Yes.
Proceed. Ask your question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me. I wanted to ask a question to Cabinet Secretary of Education that what measures has the ministry put in place to minimize for minimum standard requirements for constructions in school? What measures has the ministry put in place for minimum standard requirements for constructions in school that ensures that teenage girls have pads, changing rooms, and adequate washing facilities to complement appropriate menstruation hygiene management? And what step has the ministry put in place to reduce the stigma faced by girls in school by sensitizing teachers and other male and female students? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The question is referred to the Departmental Committee on Education. But since I don't see the Honorable Mele in the chamber, was he arrived? Or a member of the committee? Yes, I think you take up the question, and I don't know how long you want to take to bring a statement.
Mr. Speaker, as you advise, I think there are two questions that have been raised by Honorable Rehema and the Honorable Katel are very critical. We'll address them as you guide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, I don't want to guide.
Mr. Speaker, we should be able to respond within 2 weeks' time.
Within 2 weeks' time?
Thank you.
Very well. Now, that concludes order number 7. Has anybody seen the member for Arienda? Honorable John Bundy?
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable MP for Rarieda, the Honorable Tiende Amolo, is away. Actually had some issues to sort out in the constituency. And so I am fully briefed.
Okay.
That is away. I don't know whether he wrote to your office, maybe he didn't. I'll cancel him next time. He should be informing you of his absence.
Yeah,
but if there is anything that is meant to be directed to him, I'm here.
Very well.
Thank you.
Very well.
I can stand in for him.
But I hope members also, even as you do your constituency work, when you desire to be out of the House, you just have to study carefully Article 103 of the Constitution, because talks of you being absent for 8 sittings in a session. A session is 12 months. So if you decide that you just sneak into the constituency, some people who could be hawk-eyed may be counting that on this day, and you might, without the permission of the speaker, written permission, and failing to offer a satisfactory explanation to the relevant committee, again chaired by the speaker, as you know, privileges committee. It could have some far-reaching consequences, and I don't like a situation whereby members' term is cut short midstream. You remember in the 11th Parliament we had some constituents from 2 constituencies who are hawk-eyed. It's only that the members are offered a reasonable explanation. They otherwise would have vacated their seats in the House. But with regard to the Honorable Tiede Amolo, the Honorable John Bundy is available. Honourable members, I have one short communication, which is guidance on the consideration of special motion on the appointment of a Parliamentary Service Commissioner who is not a member of Parliament. Honourable members, this guide relates to the paper that has just been laid by the Vice Chairperson of the Parliamentary Service Commission, the Honourable Dr. Naomi Shaban, and the subsequent notice of motion she has given. The paper and the notice of motion relate to the proposed appointment of the Honourable Rachel Ameso Amolo as a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission. Honourable members, Article 127, Clause 2, Paragraph D of the Constitution provides for the appointment of two persons, being one man and one woman, from among persons who have experience in public affairs but are not members of Parliament to the Parliamentary Service Commission. The position of female non-member of the Parliamentary Service Commission fell vacant on 18th March 2020 upon the expiry of the 6-year term of the immediate former office holder, Dr. Lorna Mumelo. Consequently, and in accordance with the provisions of Article 127 of the Constitution and Section 10 of the Parliamentary Service Act 2019, Parliament is required to appoint a person, in this case a female, to fill the now vacant position. Honourable members will notice that unlike in other statutory and constitutional bodies in which Parliament participates in the appointment process by way of approval of appointment, in the case of the Parliamentary Service Commission, the appointment is by Parliament itself. Moreover, the Houses of Parliament have construed and settled on the interpretation of all members of the Commission, that all members of the Commission, save for the chairperson, are appointed by the House of Parliament, and that has been the President. This implies that the recruitment process undertaken by the Commission serves that purpose. The House will therefore consider the special motion on the basis of the report that has just been laid on the table of the House by the Vice Chairperson of the Commission. I'm certain that the House Business Committee will schedule the motion at the earliest possible opportunity for consideration by the House. The House is therefore accordingly guided. I thank you now, members. Those members who are making their way, please make your way in, because you may stand there for much longer. Honourable members, this second communication relates to the procedure for revocation of the appointment of a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission, in brackets PSC. Honourable members, you will recall that during the afternoon sitting of the House on Tuesday, 2nd June 2020, the member for Arienda, the Honourable Dr. Otiende Amolo, rose on a point of order, seeking guidance of the Speaker on, among other things, the applicable constitutional provisions with regard to a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission. The Honourable Dr. Amolo averred that the question of the procedure for removal from office of a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission is one that touches on the Constitution, the Parliamentary Service Act 2019, and the standing orders of this House, and therefore requires clear demarcation. Specifically, the member sought the guidance of the Speaker on whether the removal of a member of Parliament or the non-member of the Parliament from the office of member of Parliamentary Service Commission ought to be proceeded with in accordance with the provisions of Article 251 of the Constitution, as read together with the Standing Order 230, or otherwise, as provided for in Section 10 of the Parliamentary Service Act 2019. Several other members spoke on the matter, including the leader of the minority party, the Honorable John Bandi, the member for Ugenya, the Honorable David Ochieng, nominated members Dr. David Sankok, the Honorable Danita Gatti, the member for Madare, the Honorable Tom Oluoch, the member for Saku, the Honorable Ali Raso. Honourable members, while seeking direction on the matters at hand, the Honorable Otiende Amolo also alluded to an intention by his party to institute changes in the composition of the Parliamentary Service Commission. Out of abundance of caution, he sought the Speaker's direction on the proper procedural management of the process. He stated, and I quote, "Honorable Speaker, I seek your guidance on the matter proactively to avoid contention and acrimony. I invite your guidance accordingly." Close the quote. Now, members, having listened to the deliberations on the matter, I've deduced the following two issues as requiring my guidance. Number one, whether the procedure employed in the appointment of a member of Parliament to the office of a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission should mirror the procedure that will be applied in removing the person from office. And number two, whether the removal of a member of Parliament or non-member of Parliament from the office of member of the Parliamentary Service Commission ought to be proceeded with in accordance with the provisions of Article 251 of the Constitution, as read together with Standing Order 230, or otherwise as provided for in Section 10 of the Parliamentary Service Act 2019. Honourable members, before I embark on the issue of removal of a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission, allow me to revisit the purpose the Commission serves and pose some questions which are fundamental to this considered guidance. One, for what reason was the Commission established, and who does it serve? Does it exist to take care of the interests of parties or members, staff, and the public at large? I find that a clear background on this will help us all in discerning the Parliamentary Service Commission and its performance against the role that it is supposed to play. Honourable members, allow me to take the House down the memory lane. The journey for the autonomy of the administration of the legislature in Kenya began during the Second Parliament when, on 20th March 1970, a motion for a resolution to give Parliament autonomy was introduced in the House by the late Honorable Jean Marie Serone, then a member of Parliament for Tinderet. However, the autonomy was not to be realized until the autonomy that the Honorable Serone sought was never realized and was not to be realized until the 8th Parliament. Some of you may recall that before 1999, the National Assembly was a department under the Office of the President. At that time, the Office of the President determined Parliament's budget, staffing, remuneration, calendar, as well as other parliamentary affairs. Members of staff were pulled from the mainstream civil service, with all human resource matters being administered from the then Directorate of Personnel Management, or the DPM, as it was then popularly known. The 8th Parliament took a definite step aimed at attaining an autonomous and independent status for the National Assembly then. Indeed, the Deputy Leader of the Majority Party, the Honorable Jimmy Angwenyi, and the member for Igembe, the Honorable Maoka Maore, will recall that it took the passage of the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill number 3 of 1999 to establish the Parliamentary Service Commission through the introduction of sections 45A and 45B of the then Constitution. This was a great stride towards entrenching the independence of Parliament, which was followed by the introduction and enactment of the Parliamentary Service Act a year later on November 28, 2000. From the onset, the inaugural commission was established, among other things, to 1, provide such services and facilities as are necessary to ensure efficient and effective functioning of the Assembly. 2, direct and supervise the administration of the services and facilities provided by and exercise budgetary control over the service. 3, determine the terms and conditions of service of persons holding or acting in the offices of the service. 4, from time to time, as necessity arises, appoint an independent body to review and make recommendations on the salaries and allowances of the members of the Assembly. 5, initiate, coordinate, and harmonize policies and strategies relating to the development of the service. 6, undertake, singly or jointly, with other relevant authorities and organizations, such programs as would promote the ideals of parliamentary democracy in Kenya. And 7, finally, to do such other things, including review of parliamentary powers and privileges, as may be necessary for the well-being of the members and staff of the National Assembly, and to exercise such other functions as may be prescribed by or under an act of Parliament. Honourable members, it is worth noting that most of these roles were carried over into the current Constitution and mainly seek to cement the independence of the institution of Parliament from external control. In the present day, Article 127, Clause 6 of the Constitution provides for the responsibility of the parliamentary service as being A, providing services and facilities to ensure the efficient and effective functioning of Parliament; B, constituting offices in the parliamentary service and appointing and supervising office holders; C, preparing annual estimates of expenditure of the parliamentary service and submitting them to the National Assembly for approval and exercising budgetary control over the service; D, undertaking singly or jointly with other relevant organizations programs to promote the ideals of parliamentary democracy; and E, performing other functions necessary for the well-being of the members and staff of Parliament or prescribed by national legislation. Honourable members, comparatively, in the United Kingdom, the House of Commons Commission is responsible for the administration and services of the House of Commons, including the maintenance of the Palace of Westminster and the rest of the parliamentary estates. Annually, the Commission presents to the House for its approval the budget estimates for the House of Commons administration, covering spending on the administration and services of the House for the financial year. The Commission is responsible for, and I quote, 1, providing the non-executive governance of the House by members, but it does not manage day-to-day operations. 2, setting the number and pay of House staff in line with the civil service. 3, appointing staff of the House, excluding the clerk of the House of Commons, sergeant at arms, and Speaker's personal staff. 4, preparing and laying before the House the estimates for the House of Commons service. 5, allocating functions to House departments. And 6, reporting annually to the House on its actions and on financial estimates for the financial year. Close the quotes. Honourable members, it is therefore evident that the main purpose of a Parliamentary Service Commission is to ensure provision of services and facilities for members of Parliament and staff to enable them perform their duties. Put differently, a Parliamentary Service Commission is designed as an independent parliamentary corporate body to oversee administration and management of the institution of Parliament. This independence is closely linked to the doctrine of separation of powers among the arms of government as a hallmark of democratic governance. Members of Parliament ought to be accorded all the necessary facilitation, free from control by external forces, in the performance of their constitutional responsibilities. In support of these principles, Section 3 of the Commonwealth, in brackets the Latimer House principles on the three branches of government states in part, and I quote, independence of parliamentarians. Parliamentarians must be able to carry out their functions, their legislative and constitutional functions, in accordance with the Constitution, free from unlawful interference. Close the quotes. Honour members, with this background, allow me now to address the first issue of whether the procedure employed in the appointment of a member of parliament to the office of member of Parliamentary Service Commission should mirror the procedure that would be applied in removing the person from office. To respond to this question, let us ask ourselves, how do members of parliament and the other two non-members get appointed to the office of a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission? You may recall that the special motion for the appointment of the current members of the Parliamentary Service Commission who are members of parliament was considered and passed by the National Assembly on February 22nd, 2018. During that afternoon sitting, the member for Arienda rose on a point of order seeking clarification on the term of office of the members of the Commission in view of the provisions of Article 250, Clause 6 of the A of the Constitution. For clarity, the provision states, and I quote, a member of a commission or the holder of an independent office, A, unless ex officio, shall be appointed for a single term of 6 years and is not eligible for reappointment. Close the quotes. In the ensuing deliberations, it was noted that the Parliamentary Service Commission, by design, is different from other commissions. With regard to the term of office, it was noted that whereas commissioners of other commissions serve for a single term of 6 years, the members of the Parliamentary Service Commission serve for the term of Parliament, which is 5 years. Similarly, whereas Article 250, Clause 1 of the Constitution provides that each commission shall consist of at least 3 and not more than 9 members, the Parliamentary Service Commission consists of 10 members. Indeed, the Judicial Service Commission, which is also listed there, consists of 11 members. And so is the CRA and SRC. They have more members than the 9. It was also observed that the appointment procedure for the Parliamentary Service Commission is primarily different from that of other constitutional commissions listed in Chapter 15. Notably, whereas the appointing authority in the case of the Parliamentary Service Commission is Parliament itself, commissioners of other commissions are appointed by the President with the approval of the National Assembly. Honourable members, Chapter 15 of the Constitution establishes 10 commissions and the 2 independent offices of the Auditor General and the Controller of Budget. Article 248, Clause 1 of the Constitution outlines the manner in which Chapter 15 is to apply. It provides, and I quote, this chapter applies to the commissions specified in Clause 2 and the independent offices in Clause 3, except to the extent that this Constitution provides otherwise. I lay emphasis to the phrase, and I quote, except to the extent that this Constitution provides otherwise, as it is central to the questions at hand. The subsequent provisions of Chapter 15 outline general provisions that are to apply to commissions and independent offices with regard to objects, authority, and funding, composition, appointment, and terms of office, removal from office, general functions and powers, incorporation, and reporting to the President and Parliament. These general provisions are to apply unless another specific provision of the Constitution provides otherwise with regard to a matter that they affect. The appointment and the removal from office of a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission are matters that are to a certain extent removed from the general application of Chapter 15 of the Constitution. As the House will note, Article 127 of the Constitution is the substantive provision of that constitution which governs the affairs of the Parliamentary Service Commission. The article provides in part, and I quote, 1. There is established the Parliamentary Service Commission. 2. The commission consists of A, the Speaker of the National Assembly as chairperson, B, a vice chairperson elected by the commission from the members appointed under paragraph C. C, 7 members appointed by Parliament from among its members, of whom 1, Roman 1, 4 shall be nominated equally from both houses by the party or coalition of parties forming the national government, of whom at least 2 shall be women. Roman 2, 3 shall be nominated by the parties not forming the national government, at least one of whom shall be nominated from each house, and at least one of whom shall be a woman. And 3, Roman 3, 1 man and 1 woman appointed by Parliament from among persons who are experienced in public affairs but are not members of Parliament. 3, the clerk of the Senate shall be the secretary to the commission. 4, a member of the commission shall vacate office, A, if the person is a member of Parliament, Roman 1, at the end of the term of the House of which the person is a member, Roman 2, if the person ceases to be a member of Parliament, or B, if the person is an appointed member on revocation of the person's appointment by Parliament. Clause 5, despite Clause 4, when the term of a House of Parliament ends, a member of the commission appointed under Clause 2C shall continue in office until a new member has been appointed in the member's place by the next House. Close the quotes. Honourable members, from a close reading of this article, you will observe that indeed the Parliamentary Service Commission is sui generis, which is Latin for of its own kind, in a number of ways, and departs from the general provisions of Chapter 15 of the Constitution in various specific aspects, including the following. First, with regard to the membership of the Commission, the Parliamentary Service Commission comprises of 10 members, whereas the general composition of other constitutional commissions, except the ones I've named, is a minimum of 3 and a maximum of 9. 2, while the general rule on the process of appointment of all members of commissions and holders of independent offices is by an advertisement, conduct of interviews, forwarding of recommendations for nomination, and eventually appointment by the President with the approval of the National Assembly alone, the appointment of members of the Parliamentary Service Commission starts and ends in Parliament, with the appointment being made by the 2 houses. 3, whereas Article 251 of the Constitution prescribes a standard single-year term for members of other constitutional commissions and holders of independent offices, and a general procedure for removal from office that may be initiated by any person, Article 127 of the Constitution ties the term of the office of a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission to the term of Parliament unless either a person ceases to be a member of Parliament or upon the revocation of their appointment by Parliament for both the member and the non-members of Parliament. Fourth, unlike other constitutional commissions, the membership of the Parliamentary Service Commission is largely drawn from members of Parliament, and indeed, out of the 10 members of the Commission, 8 are members of Parliament. Fifth, the Parliamentary Service Commission and the Commission on Revenue Allocation are the only constitutional commissions in which political parties largely nominate the membership. Sixth, whereas in the case of all other commissions, members are not eligible for reappointment upon serving for a term of 6 years, in the case of the Parliamentary Service Commission, once a term of a member of Parliament ends, if the member is re-elected, such a member is still eligible for reappointment to the Commission, subject to a fresh process of reappointment being undertaken by the Houses. This was the case in respect of the member for Eldas constituency, the Honorable Aiden Keinan, who is now serving his third consecutive term in the commission. Seventh, honorable members, unlike other commissions, where the secretary is also the chief executive officer, under Article 250, Clause 12 of the Constitution, in the case of the Parliamentary Service Commission, under Article 127, Clause 3, the authority of the clerk of the Senate is limited to being the secretary to the commission. 8. Whereas all other constitutional commissions, and Article 251 on the removal process applies to all members of a commission and does not distinguish between a member or a chairperson, the Constitution provides specific procedures for the removal of the Speaker of the National Assembly, who serves as the chairperson of the Parliamentary Service Commission, and the Chief Justice, who is the chairperson of the Judicial Service Commission, at Articles 106, Clause 2, Paragraph C, and Article 168, respectively. Honourable members, this analysis of the differences I have just outlined leads to two inescapable conclusions. The first conclusion is that Article 127 of the Constitution governs the appointment of a person as a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission. The second conclusion is that the same article of the Constitution also governs the vacation from office of a person appointed to the Parliamentary Service Commission by Parliament. Save for the specific question that I have alluded to, which was asked by the member for Arienda on February 22nd, 2018, regarding reappointment of a member to the PSC in a new house, and which I comprehensively addressed at that time, we have not had any other queries on the process of appointment of persons to the Parliamentary Service Commission. The houses have construed and settled on the interpretation that all members of the commission, save for the chairperson, are appointed by the Houses of Parliament, and that has been the precedent even after enactment of the 2010 Constitution. The process of how one gets into the commission is therefore straightforward. Honourable members, the next step now is to draw a nexus between the appointment and the process of removal. That is how a member of the PSC comes into office and how he or she may be removed. A reading of the provisions of Article 127, Clause 4, Paragraph B of the Constitution reveals that if the member came to office by way of appointment, then his or her removal is arrived at by way of revocation of the appointment. What follows then is for me to answer the question, what is revocation? According to the Black's Law Dictionary, edited by Brian A. Garner, the term revoke is defined as the act of rescinding a decision. Further, according to Section 482 of the Mason's Manual on Legislative Procedure at page 319, and I quote, "A legislative body can rescind an action previously taken so long as no vested rights have arisen from the original action. The motion to rescind may be made at any subsequent meeting as long as no rights have intervened and is not limited to any specific or particular time during which the motion can be made." Close the quotes. Honourable members, as mentioned earlier, political parties nominate members for appointment to the commission by the House. It is left to the House to either accept to appoint the nominees or reject a person proposed for appointment. The word nominate, as used in the various provisions of the Constitution relating to constitutional commissions and independent offices, is not among the terms defined under Article 260 of the Constitution. But in the Black's Law Dictionary, defines the term nominate as the act of proposing a person for election or appointment. I'm therefore inclined to agree with the members who are of the opinion that the approach employed to appoint a person into a constitutional office ought to be mirrored as closely as possible in the method employed to remove the person from the office, implying revocation of appointment. Honourable members, now this brings me to the second question, which is between the provisions of Article 251 of the Constitution, read together with Standing Order 230, and Section 10 of the Parliamentary Service Act 2019, which is the applicable provisions to be applied in the removal of a member of parliament or a non-member of parliament from the office of member of the Parliamentary Service Commission. Honourable members, this is not the first time the Speaker has been confronted with this question. Indeed, by way of a letter dated 20th June 2018, the Minority Whip, the Honourable Junaid Mohammed, sought my guidance on the process of the removal of a member of parliament appointed as a commissioner to the Parliamentary Service Commission. For the benefit of the House, the substantive part of my brief response to the Honourable Junaid is as follows, quote, pursuant to the provisions of Article 127, Clause 2 of the Constitution, as read together with Section 51 of the Interpretation and General Provisions Act, Cap 2, the procedure for the removal of a commissioner under Article 127, Clause 2, Paragraph C, Roman 1 of the Constitution is through a motion for removal of the commissioner to the House for its consideration and passage in terms of Article 122 of the Constitution regarding voting. Close the quotes. Honourable members, there are two things to note with regard to the guidance I gave to the Honourable Junaid at the time. And first, the first one being, in referring to Section 51 of the Interpretation and General Provisions Act, Cap 2, I took cognizance of the inherent power of the House to revoke the appointment of a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission, as it is the only body mandated to appoint such a commissioner in the first place. Secondly, as members are aware, no other specific provision outlining the procedure for the removal of a commissioner of the Parliamentary Service Commission was in place at the time. Consequent to that guidance, this House passed the Parliamentary Service Act 2019, outlining specific provisions on the procedure to be followed by the House to revoke the appointment of a commissioner to the Parliamentary Service Commission. Honourable members, before examining the procedure for removal of a commissioner of the Parliamentary Service Commission as provided for in the Parliamentary Service Act 2019, allow me to examine the provisions of Article 251 of the Constitution, which provides for the procedure for removal of a member of a constitutional commission. Article 251 of the Constitution provides that a member of a commission, in brackets other than an ex officio member, or the holder of an independent office, may be removed from office only on grounds specified, which includes serious violation of the Constitution and gross misconduct. A person desiring the removal of a member of a commission or a holder of an independent office on any ground specified may present a petition to the National Assembly setting out the alleged facts constituting that ground. The National Assembly is then required to consider the petition, and if it is satisfied that it discloses a ground of violation, send the petition to the President. Subsequently, the President is mandated to constitute and establish a tribunal to investigate the matter expeditiously, report on the facts, and make a binding recommendation to the President. Honourable members, from the foregoing, it is indeed clear that an interpretation that Article 251 of the Constitution applies for removal of members of the Parliamentary Service Commission will not just be a departure from already established procedures and practices by the two houses, but it will be an affront to the provisions of Article 127 of the Constitution for the following reasons. One, the appointment of the members of the Parliamentary Service Commission is by Parliament and not by the President, as is the case for all other constitutional commissions. To involve the President in the removal process would ignore this distinct feature and would be tantamount to conferring upon an office which was not part of the appointment process with the power to get involved in the revocation. Two, this argument would fall flat against Section 51 of the Interpretation and General Provisions Act, which is an established rule of interpretation that a person having the power to make an appointment also has the power to remove from office. Three, it's also worth noting that Article 251 of the Constitution only provides for removal of members of the constitutional commissions by the National Assembly to the exclusion of the Senate. The appointment of members of the Parliamentary Service Commission as provided for in Article 127 of the Constitution is, however, by both houses of Parliament. Consequently, to interpret that Article 251 of the Constitution applies in the removal process of members of the Parliamentary Service Commission would ignore two facts. First is that the 7 members of Parliament to the Commission are nominated by political parties from both houses of Parliament. Secondly, the appointment of the members of the Commission is done by both houses of Parliament. 4, it's also worth noting that the Parliamentary Service Commission, unlike other commissions, was established for the sole purpose of serving both houses of Parliament through provision of services and facilities to the members of Parliament and staff. Article 251 of the Constitution, if applied, would also ignore the constitutional architecture of the Parliamentary Service Commission as envisaged in Article 127 of the Constitution by excluding one house in the removal process of commissioners. And 5, the establishment of a tribunal by the President consisting, among other persons, a person who holds or has held office as a judge of a superior court, who shall be the chairperson, and at least 2 persons who are qualified to be appointed as High Court judges to investigate matters raised in a petition for removal, also departs from Article 127, Clause 4 of the Constitution on the revocation of appointment of a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission by Parliament. It therefore follows that if revocation of the appointment of a member of the Commission is by Parliament, then the body responsible for investigating if any grounds leveled against a member have been disclosed can only be a body in Parliament, in this case being a select committee established for that purpose. Honourable members, in view of the foregoing, Article 251 of the Constitution does not apply in the removal of a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission. It is therefore my view that the right procedure is one that contemplates revocation of appointment by Parliament, but at the same time, taking into account the need for clearly defined grounds for removal from office and the requirements of fair administrative action. This is the essence behind Section 10 of the Parliamentary Service Act 2019. Indeed, looking at the report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on the Parliamentary Service Bill 2018, now an Act of Parliament, the committee observed as follows on the procedure for removal from office of a member of Parliamentary Service Commission on pages 35 to 39. Quote, it is notable that the Commission is one of the constitutional commissions listed in Article 248 of the Constitution, and it would appear from the face of it as if the provisions of Article 251 of the Constitution on the procedure for removal of a member of a constitutional commission would apply. However, it is notable that Article 248(1) of the Constitution provides that the provisions of Chapter 15, including Article 251 of the Constitution, apply except to the extent the Constitution provides otherwise. Article 127 of the Constitution is one exception of the application of the provisions of Chapter 15, in particular on composition, mode of appointment, and the removal process of the commissioners of the Parliamentary Service Commission, among others. In this regard, the procedure for removal of a commissioner, as espoused in Article 251 of the Constitution, does not apply to commissioners of the Parliamentary Service Commission. A close reading of Article 127 of the Constitution reveals that Article 127 does not provide for the procedure of removal of commissioner from the Parliamentary Service Commission, save for it provides for the manner in which the office of a member of the Commission may become vacant. Therefore, there is need to anchor in law a procedure for the removal of the commissioners. As drafted, the clause suggests that the procedure under Article 251 should apply to the commissioners of the PSC, contrary to the aforementioned advice by the Speaker on the provisions of Article 248(1) of the Constitution. Close the quote. Now, members, based on the observations, the committee proceeded to propose an amendment which is currently Section 10 of the Parliamentary Service Act 2019. Section 10 of the Act provides as follows with regard to the procedure for removal of a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission. Section 10, and I quote, Section 10, subsection 1, a member of Parliament, supported by at least 1/4 of all the members of the respective House, may propose a motion for the removal of a member of the Commission only for A, serious violation of the Constitution or of any other law, including a contravention of Chapter 6. B, gross misconduct, whether in the performance of the members' functions or otherwise. C, physical or mental incapacity to perform the functions of the office. D, incompetence. And E, bankruptcy. Subsection 2, if a motion presented under subsection 1 is supported by at least 1/3 of the members of the respective House, A, the respective House shall appoint a select committee comprising of 11 of its members to investigate the matter. B, the select committee shall within 10 days report to the respective House whether it finds the allegations against the member of the commission to be substantiated. Subsection 3, where the select committee finds that A, the allegations against the member of the commission have not been substantiated, there shall be no further proceedings on the matter. B, the allegations against the member of the commission have been substantiated and the motion is supported by a majority of all the members of the respective House. Roman 1, the Speaker of that House shall inform the Speaker of the other House of the resolution within 7 days. And Roman 2, the member of the commission shall continue to perform the functions of the office pending the outcome of the proceedings under this section. Subsection 4, the procedure prescribed in subsections 1, 2, and 3 shall apply with the necessary modifications to the consideration of the motion for removal of a member of the commission by the other House. Subsection 5, if both Houses pass the motion in the same form, the member of the commission shall stand removed. Close the quotes. Honourable members, the section outlines the steps that a member of this House and the Senate may take to initiate and consider the removal of a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission for specifically stated reasons. You will note that Section 10 reasonably satisfies the requirements of Article 47 of our Constitution regarding fair administrative action, as it replicates the character of Article 251 of the Constitution in terms of reasonableness and expeditiousness, due process, and providing for a forum for fair hearing. Honourable members, one would however claim that Section 10 of the Parliamentary Service Act 2019 does not seem to prescribe any process which a member of the public may take to initiate the removal of a member of the Commission for any of the stated reasons. Indeed, this procedure is similar to the one for removal of a cabinet secretary. Article 152, Clause 6 of the Constitution provides that a member of the National Assembly may propose a motion for removal of a cabinet secretary. However, Article 152 of the Constitution, just like Section 10 of the Parliamentary Service Act 2019, does not provide for the procedure for removal of a cabinet secretary by instigation of any other person other than a member of the National Assembly. Does this therefore imply that in the case of the Parliamentary Service Commission, just as in the case of a cabinet secretary, no other person can initiate the process for removal of a commissioner other than a member of Parliament? Simply put, does Section 10 of the Parliamentary Service Act 2019 lock out or bar any other person other than a member of Parliament from initiating the removal process of a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission? It is my considered opinion that this is not the case. Certainly, any person may request or petition a member of Parliament to propose the motion under Section 10 of the Parliamentary Service Act. Hence, the section does not lock out other persons other than members of Parliament from initiating the removal process. As it stands, therefore, a member of Parliament may initiate the removal from office of a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission through a motion in line with the provisions of Section 10 of the Act. Any person may also request or petition a member of Parliament to propose the motion under Section 10 of the Parliamentary Service Act. This therefore settles the question of which of the two provisions applies to the removal of a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission. Honourable members, let me now turn to a secondary issue that was tendered by the member for Rarienda, who, in my view, while referring to abundance of caution, invited me to make my considered guidance as comprehensive as possible so as to avoid contention and acrimony. In doing so, I will remind the House on what parameters ought to be taken into consideration in employment of the process under Section 10 of the PSC Act 2019. In giving this guidance, I must note that it is not the sole prerogative of a parliamentary party or coalition of parties which nominated a person for appointment to the commission to initiate the revocation of the person's appointment. It is any member of parliament. Honourable members, upon appointment by parliament as a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission, a member of parliament ascribes to a constitutional office on which the Constitution places strict and weighty obligations. Apart from discharging its mandate under Article 127, Article 249 of the Constitution requires the Commission and each member of the Commission, by extension, to A, protect the sovereignty of the people, B, secure the observance by all state organs of democratic values and principles, C, promote constitutionalism, D, be subject only to this Constitution and the law, and E, be independent and not subject to direction or control by any person or authority. Indeed, the courts have also ruled in a number of cases on the independence of constitutional commissions. In particular, inferring on the High Court case miscellaneous application number 18 of 2017 involving Mr. Edward Ouko versus the National Assembly, to which I make reference to paragraphs 138, 140, 141, 150, and 151 of its determination, the court observed as follows. 1, the independent offices and the constitutional commissions are people's watchdogs, and to perform their roles effectively, they must operate without improper influences, fear, or favor. 2, proceedings seeking the removal of a member of a constitutional office ought not to be taken lightly, and unless such proceedings strictly adhere to the law, the independence of the holders of such offices would be compromised. 3, constitutional institutions ought to be accorded their due respect and deference, and justifiably malign the institutions and the holders of the institutions can be explained on the basis of impunity. 4, constitutional commissions and independent offices must operate in an environment devoid of subjection to direction or control by any person or authority. 5, Article 249, Clause 2 expressly provides that the commissions and independent offices are subject only to the Constitution and the law. And finally, the courts are constitutionally bound to protect the said constitutional commissioners and holders of independent offices from unlawful intimidation and harassment by any person or authority. It appears, therefore, that the reading of the obligations of a commissioner of the PSC are incompatible with any assertion that a commissioner should be beholden to partisan interests in the execution of his or her duties. This view is also supported by the Constitution in the manner it provides for the appointment and removal from office of the members of two other commissions, that is, the Commission on Revenue Allocation and the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, as I will explain shortly. Honourable members, Article 215 of the Constitution establishes the Commission on Revenue Allocation and contains provisions on the nomination of certain persons for appointment as members of the Commission by parliamentary parties in the National Assembly and the Senate. Clause 2 of Article 215 reads, and I quote, "The Commission shall consist of the following persons appointed by the President: A chairperson, who shall be nominated by the President and approved by the National Assembly; B, 2 persons nominated by the political parties represented in the National Assembly according to their proportion of members in the Assembly; C, 5 persons nominated by the political parties represented in the Senate according to their proportion of members in the Senate; and D, the Principal Secretary in the Ministry responsible for finance." Close the quotes. Similarly, Article 230 of the Constitution establishes the Salaries and Remuneration Commission and provides for the nomination of certain persons for appointment as members of the Commission by the Parliamentary Service Commission and the Senate. Clause 2 of the same article reads, and I quote, "The Salaries and Remuneration Commission consists of the following persons appointed by the President: A chairperson; B, 1 person each nominated by the following bodies from among persons who are not members or employees of those bodies. Roman 1, the Parliamentary Service Commission; Roman 2, the Public Service Commission. Roman 3, the Judicial Service Commission. Roman 4, the Teacher Service Commission. Roman 5, the National Police Service Commission. Roman 6, the Defense Council. Roman 7, the Senate on behalf of the county governments. C, one person each nominated by an umbrella body representing trade unions, an umbrella body representing employers, and Roman 3, a joint forum of professional bodies as provided by legislation. D, one person each nominated, Roman 1, by the Cabinet Secretary responsible for finance, and Roman 2, the Attorney General. Finally, E, one person who has experience in the management of human resources in the public service, nominated by the Cabinet Secretary responsible for public service. Honourable members, though the Constitution reserves special rights to certain entities in the nomination of persons for appointment to the Commission on Revenue Allocation and the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, it does not reserve equivalent rights to those entities with regard to the vacation from office of the nominees upon their appointment. Presently, any person may petition this House for the removal of any member of the two commissions under Article 251 of the Constitution, which may lead to the formation of a tribunal by the President. As such, it cannot be said that the vacation from office of a person nominated for appointment by a parliamentary party or a House of Parliament to the Commission on Revenue Allocation and the SRC is either predicated on a whim or is the sole prerogative of the parliamentary party or the House of Parliament. Honourable members, noting the participation of parliamentary parties, the mode of appointment of members to the Parliamentary Service Commission is not unique. One may ask a question: are the members appointed to the Parliamentary Service Commission after being nominated by the parliamentary parties beholden to the interests of the political parties nominating them? In accordance with the provisions of Article 259 of the Constitution, I now have the unenviable task of applying specific provisions of the Constitution whilst construing the Constitution as a whole. In this regard, it appears that upon appointment by Parliament as a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission, there exists no real or imagined hold on the member of the parliamentary party, on the member by the parliamentary party which nominated him or her for appointment. The membership of the Commission cannot be equated to membership to a committee of Parliament from which a member can be de-whipped under Standing Order number 176. With these references, the House may agree that a commissioner of the Parliamentary Service Commission ought not to be beholden to any partisan interest in the execution of his or her duties, as doing so would be an affront to the Constitution. Honourable members, moving on, the question of the manner in which the process of removal may be initiated is inextricably linked to the form in which either the motion by a member in the case of the Parliamentary Service Commission or the petition by a member of public in the case of a constitutional commissions and independent offices under Article 248 of the Constitution is proposed or submitted respectively. The inclusion of independent offices and commissions in our Constitution is linked to the desire for decentralization by the people of Kenya. They are vital to ensuring limited government and to play an important role in the pursuit of good governance and democracy in the country. It is for this reason that the Constitution set high qualifications for appointment and specific grounds and thresholds for removal from such offices. Those of you who were in the House during the 11th Parliament may recall that on Thursday, October 22nd, 2015, I issued a communication regarding the processing of special motions on removal of state officers. In that communication, I reiterated the high threshold set by the Constitution on the removal of state officers. The communication observed that Articles 145, 150 Clause 2, 152 Clause 6, and 251 Clause 2, paragraphs A and B of the Constitution require a ground for removal from office of the President, the Deputy President, Cabinet Secretary, or member of a constitutional commission or independent office, a threshold of either gross violation of the Constitution or other laws or gross misconduct. Drawing from the decision of the High Court in the case of Martin Nyaga Wambora and 30 others, versus the County Assembly of Embu and 4 others, being ample constitutional petition number 7 and 8 of 2014, for a matter to amount to gross violation as a ground for removal from office, the following parameters ought to be satisfied. A, the allegation must be serious, substantial, and weighty. B, there must be a nexus between the office holder and the alleged gross violations of the Constitution or any other written law. C, the charges framed against and their particulars must disclose a gross violation of the Constitution or any other written law. And D, the charges as framed must state with a degree of precision the provisions of the Constitution or the provisions of any other written law that have been alleged to have been grossly violated. Honourable members, as I did guide the House at the time, the question of determining what constitutes gross violation of the Constitution or gross misconduct is one that clings and hangs on the impeachable authority of the House and is exercisable in two instances under the standing orders. Firstly, at the point of the approval of the motion for impeachment or dismissal, and secondly, at the point of investigations conducted by the relevant select committee. Therefore, as an initial guidance on the matter, it should be noted that the Constitution has placed certain thresholds for the removal of state officers from office. In practicing these provisions, Standing Order number 47, subsection 3, paragraph B and E requires the Speaker to take into account constitutional and evidential requirements, all determining the admissibility or otherwise of a motion, including all special motions brought under Part 13 of the Standing Orders, which relates to special motions. For that reason, and in the first instance, the Speaker is obliged to exercise his or her responsibilities under Standing Order 47.3 whenever such a motion is submitted for approval. Honourable members, indeed, at the close of the 11th Parliament, the House amended the Standing Orders to entrench the thresholds established by the court in Standing Order number 230 on the procedure for removal from the office of a member of a commission or the holder of an independent office. This high threshold should not be viewed as a barrier to removal from office, but rather as a safeguard from any unjustified witch hunt on members of the independent offices and constitutional commissions. As members are aware, under the provisions of Article 75, Clause 3 of the Constitution, a person who has been dismissed or otherwise removed from office for misconduct in a state office is disqualified from holding any other state office. Indeed, members must also be cautious to note that the removal processes are aimed at checking on the conduct and capacity of members of the constitutional commissions, and hence should not be instigated where there are no defined grounds touching on the competence, capacity, and integrity of a commissioner. Further, honourable members, allow me to refer to the High Court petition number 518 of 2013 in the matter of the independence of constitutional commissions and independent offices between the Judicial Service Commission versus the Speaker of the National Assembly, where the court observed as follows in paragraph 204, quote, "In that light, removal can be seen to be the ultimate sanction in the oversight process, which is otherwise routine. The ultimate threat of the sanction of removal is in and of itself a tool for regulating the conduct of commissioners and independent office holders while in office. It is intended as the ultimate check on the competence, capacity, and integrity of such commissioners and office holders. It is the oversight tool of last resort. The process of removal touches personally upon and is concerned with the conduct or capacity of the individual members of a commission." Close the quote. Honourable members, may I also remind this House that based on the precedent set in this House and our courts, any removal proceedings are bound to and must adhere to the provisions of the Constitution as entrenched in Article 47 and are further extrapolated in the Fair Administrative Action Act number 4 of 2015. As members may be aware, removal proceedings of members of a constitutional commission or constitutional commissions are quasi-judicial in nature. The Black's Law Dictionary defines terms quasi-judicial process as, quote, a term applying to the action of bodies which are required to investigate or ascertain the existence of facts, hold hearings, weigh evidence, and draw conclusions from them as a basis for their official action and to exercise discretion of judicial nature, close the quotes. Honourable members, the question that therefore arises is, what does the law require of any person exercising a quasi-judicial function? Such a person must adhere to the requirements of the Fair Administrative Action. Article 47 of the Constitution, which entrenches the right to fair administrative action, provides that every person has the right to administrative action that is expeditious, efficient, lawful, reasonable, and procedurally fair. It is also a fundamental right that any person that has been or is likely to be adversely affected by administrative action, the person has the right to be given written reasons for the action. The courts have also been very specific and emphatic on the need for Parliament to adhere to the requirements of the fair administrative action in conducting removal processes of members of constitutional commissions and independent offices. For instance, in the High Court case, miscellaneous application number 18 of 2017, the one of Mr. Uko versus the National Assembly and others, a suit which the member for Arienda, the Honorable Otiende Amolo, is certainly familiar with, having been the advocate on record for the applicant. The then Auditor General, Mr. Edward Uko, the court held, amongst other things, and I quote paragraph 164, quote, in the premises, whereas I do not have any quarrel with the respondents, that's the National Assembly, powers to conduct the subject proceedings, such proceedings must comply with Article 47 of the Constitution and Section 4 of the Fair Administrative Action Act. In other words, the due process must be adhered to in the conduct of the said proceedings, close the quotes. Honourable members, it is noteworthy that the proceedings of one of the committees of this House to remove the then Auditor General was subsequently set aside for failure to adhere to the requirements of the Fair Administrative Action. Additionally, you may also recall the High Court petition number 518 of 2013 in the matter of the independence of constitutional commissions and independent offices between the Judicial Commission versus the Speaker of the National Assembly. The subject matter of the particular case was a petition that had been filed in this House seeking the removal of 6 Judicial Service Commission commissioners. In the petition, the court also held as follows in paragraphs 140 and 143 in a decision of a 5-judge bench. Paragraph 140, and I quote, in addition to the requirement to act judiciously, a body exercising a quasi-judicial function must accord the parties a fair hearing. Paragraph 143, quote, the right to a hearing and fair administrative action is no longer just a rule of natural justice, but is now a constitutional principle which applies in equal measure to all proceedings, investigations, and hearings, judicial, quasi-judicial, all administrative. Article 47 guarantees to everyone administrative action that is expeditious, efficient, lawful, reasonable, and procedurally fair. The right to fair hearing is guaranteed under Article 50. Close the quotes. Honourable members, to this end, I am in effect expectant to examine whether a special motion as presented contains and meets the threshold of the grounds envisaged under the relevant articles of the Constitution, and specifically whether the facts as stated in the motion amount to alleged gross violation of the Constitution or gross misconduct. In doing so, I must, as a matter of jurisprudence, be guided by the interpretation precedent set by the courts of law, and I'm bound to admit any motion which meets the minimum requirements set by the Constitution, the written law, our standing orders, and the precedents of this House. I shall, however, not admit any whimsical attempt that does not meet the constitutional thresholds as stated. Honourable members, finally, as I conclude, I hasten to remind the House that I have consistently evaluated previous motions for the removal of cabinet secretaries and petitions for the removal of members of commissions and holders of independent offices without fear or favor. As members will recall, during the 11th Parliament, I did admit the first petition for the removal of the members of the Judicial Service Commission in 2015 to be presented to the House. The House subsequently recommended that the President form a tribunal in the matter. In the same vein, I did admit a motion for the dismissal of the then Cabinet Secretary for Education, the Honorable Professor Jacob Kaimenyi, the petition for the removal of the commissioners of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission in 2015, and the petition for the removal of the chairperson of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission in 2016, among others. During the said 11th Parliament, I also declined to admit the second petition for the removal of the commissioners of the Judicial Service Commission and a motion for the dismissal of the then Cabinet Secretary for Planning and Devolution, the Anne Waiguru, to name a few. Honour members, in summary, therefore, I guide as follows. 1, that the procedure for the removal of a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission is as provided for in Section 10 of the Parliamentary Service Act 2019, which is by a motion proposed by a member of Parliament on any of the grounds specified. 2, that the motion for removal of a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission can be filed in either House of Parliament. However, for good order, a motion for removal of a commissioner ought to start from the House that the commissioner serves in as a member. Such sequence would neatly sit with the provisions of Standing Order 257 regarding the process of acquiescence to a request for appearance of a member of one House before the other House or before a committee of the other House. 3, that in addition to the process being initiated by a member of Parliament, any other person may petition a member of Parliament to initiate the process of removal of a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission as envisaged under Section 10 of the Parliamentary Service Act 2019. 4, that initiating the revocation of the appointment of a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission is not the sole prerogative of a parliamentary party or coalition of parties which nominated the member for appointment. Any member of Parliament can initiate the motion. 5, that for purposes of admissibility, a notice of motion for the revocation of the appointment of a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission must meet the thresholds set by the courts, the standing orders, and precedents of this House as to what constitutes gross violation of the Constitution or gross misconduct under the Constitution. This includes requirements for the notice of motion to A, indicate the grounds which the member of the Commission is in breach of, B, state with a degree of precision the provisions of the Constitution or any other written law that have been alleged to have been violated, where the specified grounds relate to violation of the Constitution or any other written law. And C, indicate the nexus between the member and the alleged grounds on which revocation or removal is sought. Finally, 6, that the removal process under Section 10 of the Parliamentary Service Act must also be guided by the provisions of Article 47 of the Constitution and the Fair Administrative Action Act number 4 of 2015. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you, no members.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that long, detailed, and I must say, Mr. Speaker, professional ruling on this matter, Mr. Speaker. This is a matter that has disturbed me for a while, Mr. Speaker, because I could not envisage a situation where an appointing authority has no capacity at all of recourse to revoke the appointment of the very officer that appointing authority has appointed. So when I was thinking of Article 251 of the Constitution, I was wondering how then
this House would appoint the Parliamentary Service Commission and then delegate, or rather surrender the removal to another authority, that would compromise even the independence of Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that today you have made it very clear and clarified that members of the Parliamentary Service Commission their appointment can be revoked by this very House. Mr. Speaker, the only thing that is a bit disturbing me with the ruling, but I will live with it, is that whereas, Mr. Speaker, you are deputy, which is a very senior constitutional office of the Republic, and that of the Deputy Speaker of the Senate, can easily be removed from office merely by the fact that you are not loyal to your sponsoring party. That, Mr. Speaker, the commissioners, immediately we appoint them, the same party that proposes the appointment of the same, therefore now loses control of the same members. Mr. Speaker, I think in that case, it's a matter that needs to be looked into going forward. Because, Mr. Speaker, if it is the parties which determine and decide that this is the person we have confidence in to represent our interests or to represent our political persuasion in the commission, because the Constitution did not make a mistake. There is a reason why the Constitution, Article 127, talks about parties forming majority, parties forming minority, proposing names. I thought that the same parties can propose, again, revocation. But, Mr. Speaker, your ruling, and which I don't want to challenge, has delved into this matter very extensively. The only thing I want to say, Mr. Speaker, is that yes, the process will begin. I must confirm that my party is so determined through our membership in this House. Mr. Speaker, in fact, the decision to remove this member was not made by the general membership of our party. It was made by the parliamentary group of the party. And therefore, the lawyers in my party, led by Otiende Amolo, are going to generate immediately, and they should take this as an order from the minority leader to Otiende Amolo. Antonio Luoch is here. They must put together a motion to remove this member. And there are so many grounds. I'm happy that it's gross, misconduct. In fact, the word which has made me very happy is misconduct. And you know misconduct, Mr. Speaker, is misconduct. And it is decided, it can be decided that your behavior is misconduct. And it will be treated as such. But, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to look. You know, I hear people talking of anticipating debate. Which debate? There's no debate. You know, before you understand certain things, don't just quote. There is no debate. So you can't anticipate what is not there. Let me just say the last word, Mr. Speaker. My only concern is with the current arrangement. You have talked about a third of the members approving so that a select committee can be formed. And then finally, I take it 50% of the members would remove the member. Now, with this COVID and the way we sit here, about 60 of us, I don't know how we will be able to get a third of the members to approve, but my suggestion is if we can provide signatures of those number of members supporting, and they cannot deny that they have signed. If they don't deny that they have signed, you would allow that to suffice as those members having approved the removal of that member. That is where I have issues, because a quarter of the members, about 88 members, a third of the members have worked out is 117, and then of course half. So if you could allow members to sign, and then those signatures are allowed as having supported the motion, and then we will constitute 11-member team, And on this one, Mr. Speaker, because this member that I'm proposing to remove will be from ODM, you would allow the minority to have 6 and majority to have 5. And if a member is from Jubilee side, we would have 6 members from Jubilee and 5 from NASA coalition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I submit.
Well, I think you see, it was important to be clear on this matter because earlier on in 2018, when the Honorable Junet wrote, the House had not, in its wisdom, enacted the Parliamentary Service Act, which brought in Section 10. So, you know, it is the House that saw that that was a good provision in the law. So, but previously, and that's why previously, when I responded to the letter written to me by the Honorable Junet, I was referring him to both Article 127 and Section 51 of the Interpretation and General Provisions Act, because by that time there was no other. There was no other, but still the power existed. Those who appoint also reserve the rights to disappoint. But I think when you are passing the Parliamentary Service Act, you thought that you felt that it was good, maybe in furtherance of democracy and good governance, to put in Section 10. Well, Honorable Wanda, you want to weigh in on this?
Mr. Speaker, actually, the leader of minority, who is my boss, has spoken on my behalf. But just to make one comment, Mr. Speaker, your ruling has been well reasoned. And with the benefit of hindsight, I can say the passage of the Parliamentary Service Act came at the right time, because it has addressed most of the issues that hitherto were unaddressed, both by Article 127 and indeed Article 251. Mr. Speaker, just pick up from where the Honorable Mbadi has left. It is clear from your ruling that when it comes to members of the Parliamentary Service Commission, once a political party or a coalition of political parties nominates a member, it doesn't enjoy exclusive powers of recall of that member. That is very clear from your ruling, which deviates from the position when it comes to the matters of committee assignments. Mr. Speaker, it will be important that you help us understand if the proposal made by Honorable Mbadi is agreeable, in the sense that the select committee, the 10 or 11 member select committee, is going to play a very critical role in this process. It can actually either to peddle the process or facilitate it to move forward. And therefore, its composition is extremely important. It's extremely important. It can't be left to the whims of the leadership of both sides of the House. It must be clearly set out how the membership of that select committee is going to be constituted. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thanks.
I thought we needed to move to business. Honorable Junet, as the person who started this whole saga.
Mr. Speaker, first I want to thank this opportunity to thank you for the ruling that you have made today. And as you have said, I had written to you earlier, before the Parliamentary Service Act was in place, to seek your guidance on how this matter can be handled. And your reply was as good. I am very far from people, and your reply was timely even at that time, Mr. Speaker, and I was contented with your letter, the reply you gave me. But having said, Mr. Speaker, this matter of the Parliamentary Service Commission has been with us for some time, since I've been in this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, first we have to understand that this is a very important organ running this Parliament, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, we must also know that as members of parliament, we don't have a union. We don't have NAT, we don't have COPET, we don't have Sisi kwa Sisi, KOTU. It is ourselves and our service, Parliamentary Service Commission. These members, when they go there, they think they have gone there just to do their own things. They don't know that they are responsible and answerable to us, Mr. Speaker, who have appointed them. Because, Mr. Speaker, if today we had union, our union will be fighting for us. But sometimes we are let down by the commissioners that we put in place in that house, Mr. Speaker. When you see the facilities deteriorating, when you see, the environment of doing work is not good, it is the business of the Parliamentary Commission to make sure that we are remunerated even very well, Mr. Speaker. But having said, Mr. Speaker, that now for that reason, if you are not performing your duties properly, there must be a recourse, Mr. Speaker. You can't go there and sit there for eternity. As you said, some of them are serving 3 terms now, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I totally agree with you that this is a constitutional commission and we can't just remove them the way, whimsically. That's what you said, whimsically. But, Mr. Speaker, gross misconduct is a very serious offense, Mr. Speaker. And some of our members there, I want to bring, you said it's a quasi-judicial. So I want to issue judicial notice to Honorable Aisha Juma that our goose are cooked, Mr. Speaker, for these reasons, because as a party we feel aggrieved. As individuals, we are aggrieved, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, gross misconduct is a serious offense, Mr. Speaker. Gross misconduct. Even when I was de-whipping some members, Mr. Speaker, the letter I copied to you, you've seen, is written in violation of the Constitution as gross misconduct. Mr. Speaker, the conduct I am talking about.
Please don't prosecute the matter. Don't
Okay, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the time will come. The time will come, but the time will come when I will be given an opportunity to prosecute what is a gross misconduct. But, Mr. Speaker, even the Judicial Service Commission, Mr. Speaker, as you alluded to, is one of the commissions that it is constitutional, is not like the other commissions. Like, it is like the Parliamentary Service Commission. They have more members. They have 11 members than when the other commissions were said they should have between 3 and 9. Mr. Speaker, I want you to hear this point, Mr. Speaker. Even the Judicial Service Commission, Mr. Speaker, requires a law or a ruling of this type, Mr. Speaker, that governs. Even them, some of them, when they are appointed in that commission, they stay there forever, and no action can be taken against them. Mr. Speaker, these commissions have become fourth arm of government. We have legislature, judiciary, and executive. The fourth arm of government now in Kenya are these commissions, Mr. Speaker. And some of them are not serving the purposes that we wanted them to serve. Mr. Speaker, I am issuing a judicial notice that we shall meet on this floor, Mr. Speaker. Very soon, Mr. Speaker. Very soon, Mr. Thank you for the ruling, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
Well, that's the Honorable Ishongwa. The Honorable Ishongwa.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Judicial notice.
Please, if you could, if everyone take 1 minute, because
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. And let me also join my colleagues in thanking you for that very well-reasoned communication, Honorable Speaker. And I also take 2 things from it, as Honorable Andai has said. That one, Honorable Juneta has said that I don't know whether it was whimsically or whipstically, since he wanted to de-whip whipstically or whimsically. Honorable Speaker, I got 2 things. One, that we appreciate that our commissioners are nominated to serve in the commission by political parties. 2, they are serving in a constitutional commission that is not less of a commission than any other constitutional commission, like the Judicial Service Commission or any other constitutional commission, Honorable Speaker. But, Honorable Speaker, let me also thank you, because as Speaker of this House, particularly this House, the National Assembly, Honorable Speaker, you have shown the country that indeed we can be a country that is governed by the rule of law. That we adhere to our own rules as a House, we adhere to the Constitution and to our procedures as a House, Honorable Speaker. And like some other houses, Honorable Speaker, that I don't want to get into at this particular time. But the other question, Honorable Speaker, that begs in my mind, Honorable Speaker, is the role of our political parties in our democracy, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, we're in a country or a jurisdiction, a democratic jurisdiction, Honorable Speaker, where we are nominated to run on political seats through political parties, Honorable Speaker. But we are not nominees of political parties per se, in terms of a party list like jurisdictions, for instance, like in Rwanda, where people go to the ballot and vote for a political party that then appoints members to represent people in parliament. We are here, Honorable Speaker, as representatives of the people. And our first bosses, Honorable Speaker, are the people of Kenya. Political parties are important in our democracy, Honorable Speaker, but we must also, in this day and age, guard against the tyranny or the dictatorship of political parties, Honorable Speaker. Not the tyranny of numbers, the tyranny of dictatorship by political parties, Honorable Speaker. We must always appreciate that we are here as people's representatives representing the people, Honorable Speaker. And as much as we came into this house through political parties, Honorable Speaker, we must appreciate, Honorable Speaker, that people went to the ballot to vote for individuals who were sponsored by political parties, Honorable Speaker. And it is important to appreciate that. And even in your ruling, Honorable Speaker, I am glad that you appreciate that as much as a political party has nominated an appointee to serve in a commission, that commissioner then comes to serve the House. That is why the commissioner was not appointed at the parliamentary group meeting of that party. Those names came to this House, and the House made a decision. And it is therefore right, even if a political party wants to remove a member, that we follow procedures, we follow the Constitution, and we follow our own statutes. That if you want to whimistically or whipstically to remove a commissioner, then give that commissioner that opportunity to also have that name here in a motion, a substantive motion. I hear the Honorable Junet is serving judicial notice. But that judicial notice must also be on substantive grounds, Honorable Speaker, not these loose definitions of misconduct, Honorable Speaker. Because even looking at Junet the way I'm looking at him might be misconstrued to be misconduct. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, let me say, I just want to reemphasize that we are a constitutional democracy where we represent people, even commissioners. The Honorable Vice Chair of the Commission, who is seated here, who is a member of the Jubilee Party, was nominated by our party, Jubilee. But she also represents me as a constituent who voted for her. Therefore, Jubilee cannot whimistically or whipstically purport to want to remove her on flimsy grounds of what would be called misconduct without giving me an opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to also have my say to someone that I voted for, Honorable Speaker. And with that, Honorable Speaker, since the Honorable Minority Whip seems to be agitated by his whimistical insinuations of misconduct, let me beg to leave it at that, Honorable Speaker.
Now, Sergeant at Arms, sorry, let me just make this announcement. Sergeant at Arms, if there are any members who want to come into the chamber, there are very many empty seats. There are very many empty seats. Don't bother asking them which number they have been allocated. The ones who are allocated have since gotten tired and are gone. So any other member who is out there, including the Honorable Pukose, let him not hide, let him come into the chamber. There are very many seats. So don't go to the lobby. Member for Yembe Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to give my input in this communication or ruling which you have given today. Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the few rulings you have made in this August House in the last 1-2 weeks. And I really congratulate you because you have put a milestone and you have already put a mark in this parliament to show that the parliament has got its independence and it can give rulings which can be precedents, can make precedents which can be followed and referred to many years to come, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I may take you back a bit, last week you gave another very important ruling, which really was appreciated by members of this House, especially when the party leadership or when the party leadership came up with an idea of whipping members from particular committees because of whatever is called gross misconduct. I don't know how big or small that gross misconduct is. But Mr. Speaker, you came up with a very serious ruling that members have got rights to be members of committees because they were elected by their people to come and legislate, oversight, and represent their people. So if they are denied to be members of committees, it will be very unfair for the electorate who elected them. You came up with that ruling, and I thank you for that. Today, you have come up again with a ruling to show again that the rule of law has to be followed. The essence of the Constitution, standing orders, and precedents which have been done, and what has been even said by our courts is being followed. We should not have party leadership, Mr. Speaker, who leaders wake up, and because of their arrogance, they would whip people because of flimsy issues, and at the end of the day, the member suffers, whereas now they are swimming in their glory that they are whipping people. Let them remember, even these parties don't get votes, or they don't get numbers in this parliament through the one in the party. Even individuals, we also make these parties and sell these parties in our constituencies, and the constituencies, the parties' names are engraved in the constituency through ourselves. So we should be respected as members. Not that we are, as my colleague Honorable Chungwa said, we are not appointed by the party. We are the ones who make the party. We are the ones who make the party be the majority or the minority. So we should also be respected, and our views should be respected. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying, in the last 11th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, I suffered a similar fate by my former party. They whipped me, and conditionally, I was not given time to even ask why, whereas I knew very well the name of that party was never known in the Yagambe Central constituency. It's me who sold the party there, and the little votes they got there, they got it through myself. But they went ahead and they whipped me because I did not know what they wanted. It is unfortunate, and let us not have party leaders who ambush bodies and try to push members as if they are non-entities in this August House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Ugenya.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, I listened to your ruling, and remember last 3 weeks when this matter came up, and I thought this is something you've given serious thought on. And Mr. Speaker, your ruling talks about 2 things very important to me. One is the role of political parties, very important role of political parties in our democracy, and 2, the place of the Constitution in the governance of the country. So that always fidelity is to the Constitution, not anything else. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy that you've indicated that when you are Speaker, you will never allow anybody, whoever it is, to breach the law for whimsical, not whimsically, for whimsical reasons. So, Speaker, it means that when political parties are asked to nominate, they must be careful in how they nominate. They must know that as soon as they nominate, the power to remove is not that easy. And Mr. Speaker, it should be so, because even in this House, as MPs, we are elected, yes, by the people. But for them to recall us, there's a procedure. They can't wake up and tell us now you're no longer MP. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, you indicated clearly that yes, you'll nominate, and yes, you'll have power to remove. But for you to do so, some procedure will be followed. Some clear parameters will be followed. Mr. Speaker, this is very important because it's not just the PSC where political parties play a role. They play a role in so many other things, and that's why they need to understand that this role given to them is not a role that would make the persons they nominate to these positions answerable to them. No, they are answerable to the public. Mr. Speaker, I disagree with those who think that your ruling is against political parties. It actually strengthens political parties' hands in the sense that, yes, you nominate, but there will be parameters that will be followed. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much for the ruling, and I hope that those are concerned. I hear people, ringing the bell, saying they're giving notices. You must follow the law. Thank you.
I think we. Who is this? This is Honorable Bar. Oh, I thought we should finish this now. I go to thank you. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to say this, and I congratulate you for that very well-reasoned ruling. And secondly, say that probably you're the last man standing in defense of democracy and constitutionalism in this country. And having said that, Mr. Speaker, I take two things from your ruling. One, the threshold. You talked about the threshold and quoted Article 47 of the Constitution. That strengthens the democracy in this country, that not anyone else who can just wake up one day and say, you know, because you said this in this marketplace, you said this in this funeral, will get you out of a party or will get you out of a PSC or anything else. The threshold is what will save this country. You can see what is happening in this country where everybody wants to impeach a governor, everybody wants to impeach this and this. This chamber, this house, should stand by that principle of constitutionalism, that fair administrative action must be taken, and that there is a threshold that surpasses just the normal talk in the street. Mr. Speaker, I want to also congratulate you for one thing, raising the bar very high in terms of ruling. I think you've gone beyond what even a judge in a high court would really pronounce. You've gone beyond that. And therefore, having pronounced that, we also hope the action that will be taken when Hon Junet brings whatever he wants to bring to this house will be put under that same measure, that it goes beyond the threshold that can be envisaged in a normal mind. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I think, and I seen the Honorable Pukose and his very well. Of course, Honorable Abdisalan, what? You want to say something?
Yes, Speaker.
But you see,
Speaker, I just want to say that, for one, delegation is by trust. When party delegates certain position to you, then the expectation is that you deliver to the expectation of the party. The fact that you betray trust, then the party must be in a position Secondly, Speaker, political parties are expected, when, for example, the government of the day fails, the political party is expected to fit into the shoe of the party. If you are having a bad example, you know, by getting out of your way, I think rumors is not going, I mean, that's one of my committee members. So, Mr. Speaker, what I am saying, you must show a good example to the country. You must show a good example to the people. You must show a good example to whoever you are leading, even at the household level. The fact that trust is betrayed is an indication that the appointing authority, which in this case the political party, has all the right to change you. So, Mr. Speaker, discipline starts with oneself and should be observed across the board. I think I support your ruling strongly. I was out there watching, and I think this is a landmark ruling. And for those other commissioners, those in Jubilee, some of them I can't see here, probably who may not be singing to the tune of the party, they will follow suit. But for Asha, we call her goodbye.
Honestly, honorable members, you see, all that I'm saying is this. You see, even the Constitution, which we endorsed in 2010, provides for something called a recall. If you look at Article 104, recall of a member of parliament, the members elected under Articles 97 and 98, it provides for that. But it also provided that Parliament shall enact legislation to provide for the process of that recall. I'm sure the Honorable John Bandi and Honorable Eden Duale, who are in the 10th Parliament, can give you a story about how it was provided for in the Elections Act. The process of that recall, you have seen many write-ups all over there say Parliament mutilated the intention because they made, according to them, they made the process of recall so complicated. Those who are designed to have you recalled within the first year have given up. But I see this Honorable Duale, you want to?
Honorable Speaker, I think for me, I will say I'm going to read that ruling. It's a very, very serious ruling, so I will not say much about your ruling. So I have to go read, and I think tomorrow, because there will be no parliament, and because of the COVID, I have time to sit at home and read it. But, you know, members must be aware now that the laws we make here cut both sides. You know, when we were passing the Parliamentary Service Commission Act, people were not in this house, majority. That was the day where we missed it, you know, political parties. Because it's us who put that threshold, Section 10 of the PSC, not the Speaker. We are the same ones who passed the Fair Administrative Action Act. But, Mr. Speaker, the irony, and I agree with Honorable Junet, is how political parties nominate, and just by a mere motion, we adapt in this house and give you a job as one of our trade unionists. Yes, not even 50 members, but to remove you, you have to climb Mount Kenya. Because I can, for sure, say that Honorable Junet, whether you issue judicial orders or not, you have a work cut out for you. You know, to be very frank, it is not a birthday cake that you can just get it. But as political parties, we will go back to the drawing board. You know, we are legislators, Honorable Junet. We'll go back to the drawing board. We can even bring an amendment to the PSC Act. Yeah, the same PSC Act. We can bring an amendment. I mean, tomorrow. I mean, I think since the president signed into law, it has passed 6 months. So we can amend the PSC Act. We can amend Section 10. We can also bring even the threshold for approval. But the other thing, Mr. Speaker, which I also picked, it's good that, yes, all that we do, we must do within the confines of the Constitution. You know, unlike Honorable Junet, when he was whipping people, he used very, very heavy language. Violation of the Constitution, gross misconduct. So I advised our new whip that don't go that route. Because to prove violation of the Constitution, or to prove, if a member asks what is gross misconduct, will take a whole week. So we use the lighter words that the party which gave you a job has decided that you have served us well. Now we want to give a chance to another member. So, but I think Honorable Junet and Honorable Bandi and all those who are in the leadership, we need to now go back to the drawing board. The Speaker has given a very good, we read that communication, word for word, and I think even the one of last week, I tell members, not only the ruling of Speaker Muturi, please look for the ruling of Speaker Marende, look for the ruling of Speaker Caparo and the other speakers, because they become part of our, like our signing orders, you know, precedents and rulings of speakers. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we're really happy today that, I don't know, the last one of last week was 18 pages. I don't know, this one today, was it 20? Because the one of last week was 18 pages. So I hope this one was about 20. So I think tomorrow, those of us who let's pick a copy from the table office, and I'll ask the clerk in the documents that you usually send us on Fridays, if you can also send that rulings that the members don't need to carry papers, they can read it online. I support the Speaker.
Who is the member that this? Is that the Honorable Janet Ongera? You know, you look like Janet, but with a mask. Now you look. Now you are Janet. Yes, Honorable Janet Ongera. Every member has a card. Every member, Honorable Janet Ongera, every member has a card. How is it that you don't have a card?
Thank you for allowing me to speak before you. Mr. Speaker, I was outside. I didn't know that I would enter the House, but by God's grace, I got here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to speak, even though I didn't come with my card today. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to thank you for your sagacious ruling. And it indeed has set a path for all of us. Mr. Speaker, sir, as you know, we are all creatures of political parties, including you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, there are very few members of parliament in this house who are not creatures of political parties. I, Mr. Speaker, sir, am a child of those political parties. If you see me very smart today here, Mr. Speaker, sir, as you can see, I'm always very smart. It is because of my political party, ODM, and because of my party leader, Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. It is what has made me to be heard in this republic as Janet Ongera. Mr. Speaker, sir, a political party is a tool that brings us here into parliament. When that party nominates you to serve in the respective positions, which you come there by virtue of being a member of that political party, it is expected that you also carry the wishes and aspirations of that political party. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, when you find that there are members who do not carry those aspirations, the best thing is to de-whip them, Mr. Speaker, sir. And that is why I support whatever Honorable Junet will be bringing in this House. If there are members to be de-whipped, whether they are of a constitutional nature, Mr. Speaker, sir, if you no longer serve the aspirations of your political party, now you have divorced it. Why do you want to be in that house? If you have divorced that house, you leave it. That is the honorable thing to do. For example, Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm elected by this house as a member of the Pan-African Parliament. But I didn't just get elected by chance. I was nominated by my party. The day that my party withdraws that nomination, Mr. Speaker, sir, even though I was elected by this house, I'll bow out very graciously. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think it's honorable when you no longer have the aspirations of that political party. The best thing to do, Mr. Speaker, sir, is to withdraw your membership. Even, Mr. Speaker, sir, is to leave. Then you become an honorable member of parliament. And Mr. Speaker, sir, lastly, I want to finish by saying I am a creature of political parties. I've run political parties for over 10 years before I became a member of parliament. I was actually nominated on the basis of the work that I had done in a political party. There is much more that goes into a political party than just becoming a member of parliament. Out there, there are more people who are more loyal to a political party than a member of parliament. It is a privilege when your party nominates you and gives you a ticket to run on its ticket, and you win maybe because of the euphoria or the brand name of that political party. Then you come back and you say, I am elected. Therefore, because I'm elected, I represent the wishes and aspirations of my people. You forget that you won that seat because of the euphoria of that political party or because of the brand of that political party. I thank you for your ruling, and indeed it is really sagacious. Thank you.
But, no, members, let's just get to, because you know you are in this period of the year where we are. You can say a few of these things when we get to the next business, please. So before I call for the next business, Leader Majority.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 30, subsection 3A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House be reached before conclusion of business appearing as order number 8 on today's order paper, the sitting of the House shall stand extended until conclusion of the said business. Speaker, that business is the one on Committee of Supply. And we have done very well this morning. This is a matter that usually is allotted for 6 sitting days in an ordinary parliamentary sitting outside the COVID pandemic. But because we are sitting on it twice, and we have to deal with after we completely conclude this committee of supply, we need to deal with the appropriation bill, we need to deal with the finance bill. We felt that just like last week, I think if you go very fast, we might not even reach 7 o'clock, but in case we reach 7 o'clock before we have not concluded the last vote, which is Parliament, vote 2043, I'll ask colleagues that we finish order number 8, then the rest of the other business we can do on Thursday, beginning with the finance bill, second reading, and the appropriation bill, so that by the timeline given in the PFM Act and in the Constitution, the President will be ready to sign the appropriation bill and the finance bill by 30th of June this year. So this was a decision we reached at House Business. I'll ask Honorable Junet, who is a member of the House Business Committee, to second.
Honorable Junet.
Mr. Speaker, I second.
Members, I propose the question, which is a pursuant to provision standing on number 30, subsection 3A. The House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House be reached before conclusion of the business appearing as order number 8 on today's order paper, the sitting of the House shall stand extended until the conclusion of the said business. I put the question that pursuant to provision standing on number 30, subsection 3, paragraph A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House be reached before conclusion of the business appearing as order number 8 on today's order paper, the sitting of the House shall stand extended until conclusion of the said business. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many of contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next one.
Order number 8, Committee of Supply, second allotted day.
Order members, we now get to the Committee of Supply. I'm sure we now understand the procedure and the process. We did this in the morning, so honorable members, we'll try to move a bit fast, particularly now that members have gotten an opportunity to speak to the budget. You remember in the Budget Committee, members had an opportunity to speak to the budget. There will also be opportunity to speak to the budget when we are dealing with the Appropriation Act. There will even be a further opportunity to speak to this budget when we are dealing with the finance bill. So we'll try to move fairly fast. In the morning, we did up to vote 1169. 1166. So we'll get to 1169.
Vote 1169, State Department for Crop Development and Agricultural Research.
Honorable members, I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 41,808,447,807 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the current and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1169.
Programs under vote 1169, General Administration Planning and Support Services, Crop Development and Management, Agribusiness and Information Management, and Agricultural Research and Development.
Honourable members, let me just put the question first. I propose a question. Honourable members, I propose a question that the programs under vote 1169 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. We'll get just a few members to speak to this, at most 2 on each of them. Let's start with Honourable Wangwe. What will be your seat number there?
Thank you. Honorable Chair, I'm just happy as a member of Agriculture that this year we have managed to allocate money for farmer registration. This has been a nightmare for very many years, and Honorable Chair, once this money has been put, the issues of corruption where there has been brokerage will now end, given the fact that we'll have farmers who are registered, who are known, and it will be now easy for the ministry to administer. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yes. Yes. Let me get a seat. Yes, you may speak.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my concern is that, knowing that agriculture is a devolved function, I would like to ask that this department to work very closely with the county governments to ensure that we return agriculture to where it was, where we had field research officers that would advise our farmers, because that's one of the reasons why we constantly have crop failure almost every year. And then, Chair, I have heard the sum that you have read, and it seems to differ from what I have in my order paper that is in the
There's a supplementary order paper.
For the afternoon?
Yes.
Okay, I stand guided, Mr.
You may
Speaker.
need to
Thank
check
you.
that. Honorable members, let's honorable members agree from the very onset. Let's have a maximum of 2 members, then we make progress on this. Honorable members, I now put the question that the programs under vote 1169 be approved. Will as many as all of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as all of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the sum not exceeding 41,808,447,807 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the current and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1169. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1173, State Department for Cooperatives.
Honorable members, I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 1,626,549,701 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1173.
Programs under vote 1173.
Honorable members, I propose
Cooperative Development and Management.
Honorable members, I propose a question that the programs under vote 1173 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Yes, let's have just the chair, Honorable Kanini.
Thank you so much, Chair. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank the BAC committee for work well done amidst a very, very tough times. Chair, I totally agree with this, but I also want to bring to the attention of this House that in this financial year that we appropriated 3 billion shillings to the Coffee Advanced Shelley Fund. Not a cent has been spent, and now we are heading to the end of the financial year. So there's a question that we're also throwing to the ministry, that we already have the regulations. We want that money to be utilized in the local areas. We want the coffee farmers to actually benefit from the 3 billion shillings. Otherwise, I support.
Honorable members, I put the question that the programs under vote 1173, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as all of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as all of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 1,626,549,701 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1173. Will as many as all of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as all of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1174, State Department for Trade.
I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 3,17,357,629 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of the vote 1174.
Programs under vote 1174. Trade development and promotion.
Honorable members, I propose a question that the programs under vote 1174, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Honorable members, I put the question that the programs under vote 1174, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as all of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as all of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 3,17,357,624 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1174. Will as many as all of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as all of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1175, State Department for Industrialization.
I propose a question that a sum not exceeding 8,120,013,891 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1175.
Programs under vote 1175. General Administration, Planning and Support Services, Industrial Development and Investment, and Standards and Business Incubation.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 1175, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Yes, Honorable Iringo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I supported that vote and I emphasize that, Mr. Chairman, this money should also be used to mitigate and see that we have electricity or power supply in most of our rural areas, Mr. Chairman, because at the end of the day, we cannot do industries without power. And as we talk, most of the rural areas, we don't have power, where most of the youth are, and they are starting small businesses, but in the absence of power, it becomes an handicap. Thank you, Chairman.
Honorable Kwenya. What's your number?
42. Oh, thank you, Chair. Well, I stand to support this vote on the fact that, you see, this is one that is going to support one of the big four agenda of the president. And indeed, from the foregoings of COVID-19, there's this silver lining that is coming out that we really need to support our local industries. And I hope that this money is not going to recurrent, much of it. We need to see the same going to establishment of manufacturing concerns in our individual constituencies. Thank you.
Honorable members, I put the question that the programs under vote 1175, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as all of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding 8,120,013,891 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of the vote 1175. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1184, State Department for Labor.
Honorable members, I propose a question that a sum not exceeding 5,208,727,034 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1184.
Programs under vote 1184, General Administration Planning and Support Services, Promotion of Best Labor Practice, and Manpower Development, Employment, and Productivity Management.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 1184, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Honorable Ikaria. (151).
Thank you, Honourable Chair. First, I want to just a small comment on this. Honourable Chair, it is sad that this is a Ministry of Labour, where in itself should be checking on its workforce. Honourable Chair, we have so many complaints from our constituents where there are so many complaints in terms of union issues. And the only thing that comes out clearly is that we don't have enough personnel at the regional level for them to be able to undertake some of the complaints that the workers are bringing. And I think it is the high time that this ministry did look at its workforce and try and improve the numbers of workforce at their regional offices so that they can be able, I think they're overwhelmed by the number of complaints and cases that are coming up to a point that our workers are suffering. Honourable Speaker, I think it is important for this department to check and increase the number of their workforce so that they can be able to handle the so many cases that are. And it's very unfortunate, Honourable Chair. Just the other day, we had 5 supermarkets in Nakuru who have refused their members to be unionizable. So we need to handle this thing in a very critical way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honourable members, I put the question that the programs under vote 1184, as read out on sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 5,208,727,034 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of the vote 1184. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1185, State Department for Social Protection, Pensions, and Senior Citizens Affairs.
I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 33,604,479,554 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1185.
Programs under vote 1185, Social Development and Children's Services, National Social Safety Net, General Administration Planning and Support Services.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 1185, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. I now put the question.
I'm here. Can I, since I have
well,
the mic,
order, Honourable Ikaria. Let's have a member who haven't spoken
it is
on
here.
this. Yes. Well, let's have, I can't see with the mic, with the number? 2.7. I had 2.7.
247. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Chair, for this opportunity. Mr. Chair, I think I want to thank the government for allocating 10 billion to senior citizen in the last financial year. But I want also to put it across that even though that money has been released, many of our senior citizens are not getting the money because of the logistical problems. So I want to urge the ministry to put a lot of effort to ensure that all senior citizens get this money. And secondly also, even now when we allocate this money for this financial year, I would also request that when a appropriation bill has gone through and the president has assented to it, we wish that the same money can also be released as soon as possible, so that by the end of July, the same citizen can also get the money. Because of COVID, these citizens are really facing a lot of problems because of livelihood.
Honorable Nyenze.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, in fact, I thank the government for allocating this amount of money, and also the Committee of Finance. But my problem is on the management of this vote is wanding. It's actually wanding because the senior citizens, especially this time of COVID, there are some who registered a long time ago and they've not been considered. And they have been waiting and waiting for a very long time. They also take too long to adjust their registers. I don't know why it is taking years to have new members come in. So I think this is something which should be looked into. Thank you.
I now put the question that the programs under vote 1185, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 33,604,479,554 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1185. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1192, State Department for Mining.
I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 949,139,810 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of the vote 1192.
Programs under vote 1192, General Administration, Planning and Support Services, Mineral Resources Management, Geological Surveys, and Geoinformation.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 1192, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. I put the question that the programs under vote 1192, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 939,139,810 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1192. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1193, State Department for Petroleum.
I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 3,887,510,778 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1193.
Program under vote 1193, Exploration and Distribution of Oil and Gas.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 1193, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Honorable members, I now put the question that the programs under vote 1193, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 3,887,510,778 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1193. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1202, State Department for Tourism.
I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 12,806,595,182 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1202.
Program under vote 1202, Tourism Development and Promotion.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 1202, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. I now put the question. I put the question that the programs under vote 1202, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 12,806,595,182 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1202. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1203, State Department for Wildlife.
I propose a question that a sum not exceeding 10,801,887,510 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1203.
Program under vote 1203, Wildlife Conservation and Management.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 1203, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. It's also a balance, honorable members. Remember, this is also not an opportunity for extrapolated debate, because that you have gotten it. But let's hear from the member, what? 80?
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to raise the issue that as we welcome this allocation for the Department of Wildlife, I'd like to say that most of us are suffering from invasion of elephants from the Laikipia region in the area of Mogotio, and also we have the issue of snakes which are actually biting people. So I'd like to say that this particular department should consider compensation to people who are losing their crops and also to people who are being bitten by snakes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, that's from your place.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable members, I put the question that the programs under vote 1203, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 10,801,887,510 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1203. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1212, State Department for Gender.
I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 3,351,986,478 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1212.
Programs under vote 1212, Community Development, Gender Empowerment, General Administration Planning and Support Services.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 1212, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. I put the question that the programs under vote 1212, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 3,986,478 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1212. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1213, State Department for Public Service.
I propose a question that a sum not exceeding 18,469,510,643 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1213.
Programs under vote 1213, Public Service Transformation, General Administration Planning and Support Services, and National Youth Service.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 1213, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. I now put the question that the programs under vote 1213, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 18,469,510,643 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1213. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1214, State Department for Youth.
Honorable members, I propose a question which is that Kenya shillings 3,661,851,869 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1214.
Program under vote 1214, Youth Empowerment.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 1214, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. I put the question that the programs under vote 1214, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 3,661,851,869 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1214. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1221, State Department for East African Community.
I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 608,015,519 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1221.
Program under vote 1221, East African Affairs and Regional Integration.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 1221, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. I put the question that the programs under vote 1221, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 608,015,519 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1221. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1222. State Department for Regional and Northern Corridor Development.
I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 3,884,194,036 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1222.
Program under vote 1222, Integrated Regional Development.
I propose a question that the program under vote 1222, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Honorable Ishungwa. Where is it?
Yeah.
Yes, you have the mic now.
Honorable Chair, I was trying to figure out whether the member seated there is Honorable Mbui.
Yeah, is this Honorable Mbui who is patiently and diligently?
Yes, I was taking keen interest because there's something he raised in the morning in relation to money being allocated in this budget in relation to water, and especially for drilling of wells, water pans, underground tanks. And this particular department, State Department for Northern Corridor Development, Honorable Speaker, if you read the report that was adopted by this House, in our policy recommendations, Honorable Mbui will note on page 20, there was indeed a recommendation that the project on the rehabilitation of wells, water pans, underground tanks in ASAL using locally available labor under the Kenya Post COVID-19 stimulus program be taken to the agency that has the technical expertise. That is the project to be moved from the State Department for Regional and Northern Corridor Development to the Ministry of Water and Sanitation and Irrigation. This will also enhance efficiency in resource utilization and remove the duplication of projects by many agencies. And Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, that is the issue that Honorable Mbui raised in the morning, that indeed there seems to be a lot of duplication of projects in one State Department versus the other, and it was something that the Budget and Appropriations Committee captured in our report, and we put it as a policy recommendation, and I hope that as we move to the appropriation bill, the National Treasury will put into effect this policy proposal to move the 800 million shillings that is under this State Department to the State Department for Irrigation under the Ministry of Water and Sanitation, because they are the ones who have the expertise, as Honorable Mbui was saying in the morning, to be able to undertake some of these projects. And therefore, just in reply to what had been raised in the morning by Honorable Mbui, that I do hope that as we move to the appropriations bill, the National Treasury will take note of the policy recommendation, which is what was the House resolution as adopted by the House from our report. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Very well. I put the question that the programs under vote 1222, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding 3,884,194,000 and that's 6 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1222. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1252, State Law Office and Department of Justice.
I propose a question that a sum not exceeding 4,788,906,847 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1252.
Programs under vote 1252. legal services, governance, legal training, and constitutional affairs, general administration, planning and support services, and film development services.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 1252, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. I put the question that the programs under vote 1252, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 4,788,906,847 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1252. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1271, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission.
Honorable members, I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 3,113,000,000 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1271.
Program under vote 1271, Ethics and Anti-Corruption.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 1271, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. I put the question that the programs under vote 1271, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 3,113,000,000 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the current and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1271. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1281, National Intelligence Service.
Honorable members, I put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 39,051,000,000 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1281.
Program under vote 1281, National Security Intelligence.
Honorable members, I propose a question that the programs under vote 1281, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. I put the question that the programs under vote 1281, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding 39,051,000,000 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1281. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1291, Office of the Director of Public Prosecution.
Honorable members, I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 3,086,003,322 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1291.
Program under vote 1291, Public Prosecution Services.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 1291, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. I put the question that the programs under vote 1291, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 3,086,003,322 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1291. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1311. Office of the Registrar of Political Parties.
I propose a question that a sum not exceeding 1,345,781,991 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1311.
Program under vote 1311, registration, regulation, and funding of political parties.
Honorable members, I propose a question that the programs under vote 1311, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Honorable Ishongwa. What's your seat?
53. Thank you, Honorable Chair. And as has been read out by the clerk, Honorable Chair, you realize that part of the money being allocated under this vote is going towards political parties, and indeed, all our political parties, Honorable Speaker, the parliamentary political parties are public entities, Honorable Speaker, that are funded by taxpayers. Honorable Chair, I was hoping that the chair of the special funds would be in this House, or the Public Accounts Committee chair, because I have checked, Honorable Speaker, and many of our political parties, as much as we are appropriating resources and giving them money, taxpayers' money, are not being accountable in the manner in which they are utilizing taxpayers' money. It is only ODM that has been filing their returns and accounting for how they spend taxpayers' money. My own political party, Honorable Speaker, Jubilee, for the last 3 years, has never filed any returns. And we must be a House, Honorable Speaker, that appropriates resources, and we do our work as a House that has been mandated under the Constitution to oversight government and even those resources that we allocate to political parties where we are also beneficiaries as members of Parliament. And therefore want to challenge the chair of the Public Accounts Committee and the Special Funds Accounts, Honorable Chair, to ensure, and also the chair of the Implementation Committee, that the Registrar of Political Parties does her work to ensure that all political parties in this country, irrespective of whether a party is in power or not, that they are accountable to the Kenyan taxpayers.
Very well.
Long gone are the days, Honorable Speaker, when political parties were funded solely by contributions from members. They are now public entities, and the reason why our 2010 Constitution allowed political parties to be funded by taxpayers was to enable our democracy to grow. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we can only be abdicating our responsibility as leaders in this House to appropriate resources to political parties, then allow people, as the minority whip was saying, to run political parties whimistically, as the new vocabulary of using whims, Honorable Speaker, and therefore want to insist that the chairs of the respective committees that oversight the Register of Political Parties must ensure that she comes and gives this House reasons as to why some of these parliamentary political parties are not complying with the law.
Very well. Honorable Bui.
You're the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, on this issue of, in the votes, we've heard that part of this money will go actually into funding political parties. But, Mr. Speaker, you notice that just during election time, political parties come into coalition arrangements so that they can win political power. In the last election, of course, NASA was a coalition of 4 political parties, actually 5. And out of that, ODM won because they had the majority and ended up now qualifying for these funds. I think it's important for the registrar to look at those coalition arrangements and see whether other parties contributed to the win of one party so that when the money is released, they can all share fairly. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
We were to have 1 or 2 members, but anyway, Honorable Chepkut, if you could have a minute.
Chairman, it is true I'm the Vice Chair for Special Funds, and our core mandate is to oversight political parties. I want to report to you that it is only ODM who has been filing returns. And I want to tell honorable members of Parliament that accountability is the basis of any meaningful achievement. We want value for our money. It is taxpayers' money. Therefore, being the vice chair, I want Jubilee and all other parties to file returns. Thank you, Chairman.
Very well. Honorable members, I put the question that the programs under vote 1311, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 1,345,791,991 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1311. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1321, Witness Protection Agency.
I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 472,787,500 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1321.
Program under vote 1321, Witness Protection.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 1321, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. I put the question that the programs under vote 1321, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 472,787,500 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1321. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 2011, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights.
I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 400,704,556 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2011.
Program under vote 2011, Protection and Promotion of Human Rights.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 2011, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. I put the question that the programs under vote 2011, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 400,704,556 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2011. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 2021, National Land Commission.
I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 1,233,325,815 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2021.
Program under vote 2021, Land Administration and Management.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 2021, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. I put the question that the programs under vote 2021, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 1,233,325,815 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2021. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 2031, Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission.
I propose a question, which is that Kenya shillings 4,472,884,842 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2031.
Programs under vote 2031, Management of Electoral Processes, Delimitation of Electoral Boundaries.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 2031, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. I put the question that the programs under vote 2031, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 4,472,884,842 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2031. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 2061, the Commission on Revenue Allocation.
I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 2,125,040,000 sorry, honorable members, sorry, I read the one for Public Service Commission instead of the one for the Commission on Revenue Allocation. Let me take that again. Honorable members, I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 371,975,630 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2061.
Program under vote 2061, Intergovernmental Transfers and Financial Matters.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 2061, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. I put the question that the programs under vote 2061, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 371,975,630 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2061. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 2071, Public Service Commission.
I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 2,125,040,000 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2071.
Programs under vote 2071, General Administration, Planning and Support Services, Human Resource Management and Development, Governance and National Values, and Performance and Productivity Management.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 2071, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. I put the question that the programs under vote 2071, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 2,125,040,000 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2071. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 2081, Salaries and Remuneration Commission.
I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 459,730,000 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2081.
Program under vote 2081, Salaries and Remuneration Management.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 2081 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the programs under vote 2081 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 459,730,000 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2081. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 2091, Teachers Service Commission.
Honorable members, I propose a question that a sum not exceeding 266,992,584,137 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2091.
Programs under vote 2091, Teacher Resource Management, Governance and Standards, General Administration Planning and Support Services.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 2091 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Honorable Duarte.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We have given TSC a lot of money to employ additional teachers, but I wanted to request them to ensure that they employ head teachers and deputies. There is no need of employing more teachers who cannot be managed. It has been a challenge since last year, and this is something we have been following with TSC, and it has not been implemented. It's just a simple request. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Wangwe. What's your number?
It's okay. Thank you, Chair. Chair, my concern is we've given TSC money today, but what we ask them to do is to make sure that they enforce that element program of quality standards in terms of the teacher management. Let them not just take teachers, employ them, but they don't make follow-ups to know how are they behaving and performing all through the country. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Very well. We had a rule of 2 members, but Honorable Kwenya, you want to say something for a minute?
Thank you, Chair. You see, more than 10% of our budget is going to pay teachers, and indeed, we would want to see value for money, and I would urge the government to indeed increase the number of teachers in our schools, because the ratio of people to teachers or student to teachers is really wanting, and this is something that needs to be addressed urgently.
Honorable members, I put the question that the programs under vote 2091 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 266,92,584,137 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2091. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 2101, National Police Service Commission.
I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 606,327,710 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2001.
Program under vote 2001, National Police Service Human Resource Management.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 2001, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. 2101. Which one did I read? Very well. I think. Well, let's keep going. Let me take that again, honorable members. I propose a question that the programs under vote 2101, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Honorable members, I put the question that the programs under vote 2101, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. With as many as are of that opinion say aye. With as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 606,327,710 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2101. With as many as are of that opinion say aye. With as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 2111, Auditor General.
I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 5,224,635,380 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2111.
Program under vote 2111, Audit Services.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 2111, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Majority Leader.
Chair, as we approve the vote that is going to the Office of the Auditor General, I think we must go on record that it is very sad and it's very unconstitutional for the country to stay without an Auditor General. I mean, apart from the oversight of the legislature, the Office of the Auditor General is a constitutional office, and I am sure the Public Service Commission, the panel must fast track, must send the 3 names to the President, and before the end of, before we go on recess, we hope a name will be sent to this House for vetting and approval, because Auditor General is the person. You know, the rest of the staff working in the Auditor General's office cannot sign anything. So that's why even very soon the Public Accounts Committee will be redundant. I mean, they have nothing to interrogate. So I really want that the men and women who are in charge of that selection panel, they need to fast track the recruitment of the Auditor General.
Honorable Udo.
I support.
What's your seat now?
204. Thank you, Chair. I also echo my sentiments of my colleague that having no office holders, substantive office holders required under the Constitution is truly unconstitutional. As we commit these funds, we hope they will be utilized for the purpose they are supposed to be, because papers or reports prepared without them being signed and taking effect are useless papers. I support.
Honorable members, I put the question that the programs under vote 2111, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. With as many as are of that opinion say aye. With as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 5,224,635,380 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2111. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 2121, Office of the Controller of Budget. I
propose a question that a sum not exceeding 622 982,206 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2121.
Program under vote 2121, control and management of public finances.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 2121, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of interest in this office. And I'm a very sad man because the controller of budget is appointed, is a constitutional office, appointed under Article 228 of the Constitution. And 2284, Mr. Chair, says the controller of budget, in fact 2285 says the controller shall not approve any withdrawal from the public funds unless satisfied the withdrawal is authorized by law. This House must send a signal, a very strong signal to the controller of budget because of the kind of corruption going on in county governments. People are not being paid their pending bills. Those who are paid, they are being told to pay 40%. If you owe the county government 10 million, you are told give us 4 million, we give you 6 million. That kind of, stage corruption has reached in our country. And that's why you see, everywhere, devolution was supposed to develop our people, give health care, give water, give roads. So the controller of budget was created to make sure that withdrawals both for the national and county government are scrutinized. So we're telling the new controller of budget that we cannot watch. If a county government is not paying money, don't give them. Don't give them development fund. Peg on it. Liaise with the National Treasury. And we're also telling EACC and the DCI that where money is being stolen. You can look at the lifestyle audit of governors who were 5 years ago, some of us were raising money for them. They didn't have money for campaign. But today they are multi-billionaires. This House has an oversight role, and the controller of budget reports to this House. Does a quarterly report to this House. So we're asking the controller of budget, and the substantive auditor general when is appointed, and all those independent offices, they must be at the forefront to protect the citizens of this country from rogue county governments who don't want to pay their pending bills. I support.
Very well, honorable members, I put the question that, yes, what's your seat number? 81. Yes. Okay, very well.
Thank you, Speaker. I also want to, as I share with the majority leader, the comments of the majority leader, I also like to say that the control of budget is actually making the work of the counties very difficult. We have to work out a way in which they access funds on a regular basis. Most of the time, they get most of their allocations towards the end of the financial year. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is an area which we need to address so that the counties can actually function properly. They have not been able to pay salaries for a long time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I put the question that the programs under vote 2121, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding 622,982,206 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2121. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 2131, Commission on Administrative Justice.
I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 494,680,726 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2131.
Program under vote 2131, promotion of administrative justice.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 2131, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. I put the question that the programs under vote 2131, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 494,680,726 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2131. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 2141, National Gender and Equality Commission.
I propose a question that a sum not exceeding 429,656,952 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2141.
Program under vote 2141, promotion of gender equality and freedom from discrimination.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 2141, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. I put the question that the programs under vote 2141, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 429,656,952 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2141. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 2151, Independent Policing Oversight Authority.
Honorable members, I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 862,628,000 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2151.
Program under vote 2151, Policing Oversight Services.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 2151, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Yes, could we start with Honorable Kemunya?
155. Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to make this comment, basically covering about all these independent commissions, this being the last one. There was a reason that Kenyans, in their wisdom, set up these independent commissions. But 8 years down the line, I'm not sure that most of these commissions have lived to the expectations that Kenyans had for them. And I would like to ask that perhaps the disappointment of this House be recorded in terms of the progress or lack of progress by most of these independent commissions in terms of human rights, in terms of police oversight, in terms of administrative justice, that it's time we took an audit. 8 years down the line, it's time we actually had an overarching audit on all these commissions to see were they actually necessary, such that even at the next opportunity where perhaps the constitution needs to be overhauled or changed, one of the bodies to be looked into seriously is, do these bodies deserve the monies we appropriate to them? Are they serving the Kenyan people? Have they made the lives of Kenyans better? Or are they just there as retirement places where people get appointed as commissioners, but we actually don't see what they actually do? So, Mr. Chairman, I would like that to, and I believe I speak for the rest of the House, that we actually need to see value for money through the operations of all these independent commissions. I support for now.
Very well. Before I give majority, I'll give you. But let's hear from Honorable Udo, and I give the majority leader.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to comment on the Independent Police Oversighting Authority. In my understanding, the formation of this commission was to place checks and balances on police operations. Chair, in the recent past, all of us have seen the excesses of police brutality in this country. During the first instance of the curfew, the police literally brutalized people all over this country. We hope the funds we have allocated to this commission will be enough or sufficient to allow them record and document cases of police brutality so that they're acted upon. If we leave our police force unchecked, they are going to cause untold damage, and all the amendments and changes we made through the new constitutional dispensation will be lost.
Very well.
Police are supposed to protect lives. They're not supposed to brutalize and take away life. Thank you, Chair.
Very well. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I am one person, I think, with Amos Kimunya, who participated in the creation of these commissions. But let me in the 10th Parliament. And there was a specific reason. I'm sure the framers of the Constitution felt these are independent commissions and they had a specific functions. But let me come to this Independent Policing Oversight Authority. The first chair is Mr. Njeru, who is now a member of the Judicial Service Commission. And I was in the 11th Parliament here, with many of the members here. He profiled that commission. He profiled it, and it used to protect citizens' rights against the selective abuses of the police force. Not all the police force is bad, but the few who abuse their utumishi kwa wote motto, the Police Oversight Authority was supposed to deal with. Since this 12th Parliament, this commission is moribund. In fact, the committee that oversees must ask, why give them money? Why? I mean, why give them? And they're supposed to be independent. They're only answerable through their annual reports or quarterly reports to this House. So I really agree with Honorable Amos Kimunya that going forward, I think this House is under obligation that each and every penny we appropriate for commissions, just like the way we subject oversight to ministries and agencies, we must subject these institutions, whether they are Police Oversight Authority, whether they are Administrative Justice, Ombudsman, whether it is the Gender Commission, whether it is Teacher Service Commission. So I think what Professor Udo is saying is true. We want to see these officials of the Police Oversight Authority in every village, in every place where there is police excesses. So I think I support, but I'm sure the chair, Madam Makori, is listening to me. It will not be business as usual. You and your commissioners, you must live to the tenets of this commission as an independent police oversight authority.
Very well. The rule is we must have two members speaking to this, but allow me to just open to one. Let me just have Honorable Ishongwa and Honorable Alice. If you could take 1 minute each, then we make progress.
Honorable Chair, I also want to echo Honorable Kimunya's sentiments. And indeed, Honorable Chair, you've seen some of these commissioners some of these independent commissions, not only dancing to the tune of the executive, but also dancing in political rallies, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I had occasion in the last Parliament when this Independent Police Oversight Authority was under Mr. Njeru, Commissioner Njeru, to interact with them when lawyer Willie Kimani was murdered by policemen. And indeed, were it not for the help that we got from the Law Society of Kenya and this Independent Police Oversight Authority, we would never have gotten to the root cause of lawyer Willie Kimani's death. But today, Honorable Speaker, ask yourself, in this 1 year where more people have died out of police brutality than from COVID-19, I think the police are competing with COVID-19 and floods, how many officers have been brought to book? How many officers? And it's not enough to just document, as the Honorable Member is saying. It is document and ensure that action, decisive action is taken against police officers who abuse the rights of Kenyans and who injure Kenyans, Honorable Speaker. And therefore want to echo Honorable Kimunya's sentiments that indeed we must as a House hold these commissions to account for the monies that we appropriate to them. But even as we do that, Honorable Speaker, even ourselves as a House, we are an oversight House. We must also question ourselves and the role that we play in oversight in government.
Very well. Honorable, if you could have a minute so that we make progress. Sorry, I don't have my card. What is your seat number? 137 is, yes, there you go.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take a slight diversion from the sentiments expressed by maybe Kimunya and ask whether this particular House itself has capacity or is capable of protecting the independent commissions, and especially with how much money are we allocating or have we been allocating, Mr. Speaker, to these commissions. Many times they have come before the Budget Committee, they have come before the departmental committees, and I speak so because I know the Kenya National Human Rights Commission is oversighted by JILAC. And I know that many times they have been funded only for the recurrent expenditure. Money for programs has been systematically taken away, Mr. Speaker, and that's where we are also failing as a House. You have seen recently, and I would agree with those, maybe with the Udora, like IPOA has done an excellent job. But every time that they came before, every time they came before the House, they had issues, they had challenges on the amount of money that they would get. So
what is your point of order, Majority Leader?
IPOA has done very well.
Order on our bodies.
No, you know, the Majority Leader has the habit of interrupting me, Mr. Speaker.
Order on our bodies. Honorable Majority Leader is on a point of order.
No, I mean, Alice is a very good, Honorable Alice is a good friend of mine. Alice, I'm nothing against. I'm only saying, I had Honorable Udo making negative sentiments that IPOA is not doing its work. And you are saying, Professor Udo said, they have done a good job. So, because of the answer, we need to, but Alice, I have nothing against.
Honorable Alice had what?
My question was that IPOA has previously done very good work. Previously done very good work.
Adding the word
and
previously.
I know, yes, previously. I have added the word previously. And there is an issue because maybe the intolerance of the executive, Mr. Speaker, is the reason why some of these commissions are not doing their work. I rest my case.
Honorable members, I put the question that the programs under vote 12-2151, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 862,628,000 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the current and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2151. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, as you would maybe note, we are now done with the executive arm of government. In supplying the executive arm of government, we shall go to the second arm of government, which is the judiciary.
Vote 1261, the judiciary.
Honorable members, I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 17,423,436,000 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1261.
Program under vote 1261, dispensation of justice.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 1261, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Honorable members, I put the question that the programs under vote 1261, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding 17,423,436,000 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 1261. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 2051, Judicial Service Commission.
I propose a question that the sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 576,400,000 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2051.
Program under vote 2051, General Administration Planning and Support Services.
Chair. I propose a question that the programs under vote 2051, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Yes, Honorable Ishongwa.
Honorable Chair, we again are appropriating money to another constitutional commission. And as Honorable Kimunya said, we must begin questioning the role of some of these commissions, Honorable Speaker. And I say this with a lot of respect to the Judicial Service Commission, Honorable Speaker, and particularly the Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya, who is government's legal advisor. We know the small tiff that is there between the executive and the judiciary currently over the appointment of the 41 judges, Honorable Speaker. But you must ask yourself, Honorable Speaker, an Attorney General who sits in this Judicial Service Commission interviews and recommends and even hires 41 judges, then turns around and advises the president not to appoint the same judges against the Constitution, Honorable Speaker. We must be a house that upholds the Constitution and the rule of law in this country. And I want to be categorical, Honorable Speaker. What we are doing, Honorable Speaker, as a country tolerating some of these things, we are courting anarchy. And we must be emphatic and we must be clear, Honorable Speaker, and tell the Attorney General that he is misadvising His Excellency the President. Let us allow the President to conform with the rule of law and the Constitution. And if the Attorney General had reasons as to why any particular judge should not have been appointed or interviewed, and if he had any adverse information against any judge, at the time he sat in the panel interviewing those judges, Honorable Speaker, he had all the liberty to avail that information, Honorable Speaker. This House, when we are vetting officers, Honorable Speaker, we advertise, we ask people to submit memoranda, and if memoranda is submitted, we consider it during the Committee of Appointments when we are vetting. Why was the same not done in the judiciary, Honorable Speaker? And the AG should have advised the Judicial Service Commission then. And Honorable Speaker, I just want to say on this one, I want to be on record that I do stand with CJ Maraga on this one to the core. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
I can open to two more members and we...
the former chair, not yet, but on the way.
He's the current,
he's
the current chair.
He's a current chair.
I'm not aware.
He's a current. I said in the process, but he's now still the chair. Mr. Speaker, Chair, I really want to ask, support the Judicial Service Commission for the amount that have been allocated. And I will not speak, the way Honorable Member for Kikuyu has spoken. Because the Attorney General sits in the JSC as one of the 11 commissioners. So you cannot isolate him outside the decision of the commission. But I am sure, just like the legislature, we ask all the players in the three arms of government to always work harmoniously, work together, and work for the benefit of the people of Kenya. I am sure we are not privy, unless the member for Kikuyu is privy to some information. We are not privy because we are not members of the JSC, neither are we serving the judiciary. So I want to tell him in future, he is an expert on budget and he's an expert on parliamentary matters.
Very well.
He cannot be a squatter in the judiciary and the executive. So let the executive and the judiciary, let them resolve the issue. If it comes to the if the matter comes to the legislature, which Honorable Aris Wahome, I think, is a member of JLAC, and a number of others, when it comes to us, we will deal with it. But let us not get involved into a matter that is outside the jurisdiction of the legislature.
Very well.
Our business here, Chair, is to give them the money.
Very well.
That's here. So there's no motion that discusses the Attorney General.
Very well. Honorable Oudo, if you could take a minute. I'm breaching the earlier rules of just 2 members, but just realizing there is a bit of interest. Yes, Honorable Oudo, if you could take 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. As well, I don't want to go into the issues surrounding the issues there, only to mention that the Judicial Service Commission is an important commission that regulates the operations of the judiciary. Our concern, like other concerns, is the growing case backlog that's sincerely affecting business and operations of many livelihoods. I would request the Judicial Service Commission should seriously review the operations of the court and the judicial service, the judiciary, to ensure that we expeditiously conclude cases so that people can live their lives. 5 to 6 years down the line, Honorable Chair, does not bode well for the administration of justice in this country. Thank you.
Honorable Kamuren, one minute, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Mine is just to say that as we see the standoff between the Judicial Service Commission and the President, it means we need to amend the law so that we give the President a fixed time in which to respond. The way the law goes through this Parliament, after 14 days, if the President does not write a memoranda, it becomes law. I think for the case of the judges, we also need to look at that because it's becoming a standoff, which is not very healthy for this nation. Thank you very much.
Very well, honorable members. I put the question that the programs under vote 2051, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 576,400,000 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2051. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, we are done with the second arm of government. We will go to the third and final arm of government, which is Parliament.
Vote 2041, Parliamentary Service Commission.
Honorable members, I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 6,436,543,470 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2041.
Program under vote 2041, Senate Affairs.
Honorable members, I propose a question that the programs under vote 2041, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. I put the question that the programs under vote 2041, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 6,436,543,470 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary. Be issued from the consolidated to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2041. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 2042, National Assembly.
Honorable members, I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 23,205,499,775 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2042.
Program under vote 2042, national legislation, representation, and oversight.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 2042, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Yes, Majority Leader.
As I support this vote, I read somewhere, and I think it was my very good friend and my lawyer who represented me very well in my petition, the famous Ahmed Nasir Abdullahi, who tweeted some time back, last week, who said the judiciary has this number of staff, parliament has 1,000, why is parliament getting this amount? And I really want to set the record straight, that the staff of parliament, including those who are working in our constituencies, there are about 2,000 working within the precinct of parliament in Nairobi. And outside in our constituency, there are about 9,000. So in total parliament, when you hear of parliament, the staff working either for the Public Service Commission or members is close to about 11,000. So I really want to make that correction, that the numbers compared to the judiciary, it is 10 times. Yes. It's 10 times. So that's why there's a bigger budget for parliament. It's not. Budget is only double. Yes.
Honorable Reis.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Let me say that like or as we are calling upon other arms of government, independent commissions and otherwise, to do their work, both oversight and program work, Mr. Speaker, this particular House must also rise to its duties of oversight. As an arm of government, Mr. Speaker, the House must be allowed to function. But of course, Mr. Speaker, the members of parliament must take their independence seriously. It is a very difficult time for parliament, Mr. Speaker, and when I say that, you have seen a lot of, I think Kenyans have been treated with a lot of activities around removal, clearance, you know, like the old days, Mr. Speaker. And if the House is left to act or to operate like a rubber stamp of the executive, then the issues of the country, of the public, matters of public interest, Mr. Speaker, will be compromised if this House, and that's why it is being funded with the exchequer. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that we also should accept to be held accountable by the people of Kenya. And many times is when we are pointing fingers to others, but we are failing Kenyans in our particular role of oversight, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Bui. That.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, I will not digress, and I will not go to some of the areas where some of the colleagues are going, because here we are talking about, on the Committee of Supply, we are dealing with issuing money to arms of government, and now we are dealing with Parliament. So my comment will be very specific, because this is about money to Parliament. Chair, you know, Parliamentary Service Commission also allows members of Parliament to have staff in their constituencies, and they are given money from the exchequer, and this money every 3 months comes late, Mr. Speaker, and as a result, every constituency is actually affected, because there is penalties from KRA, there is penalties from NHIF, there is penalties from NSSF. So a lot of this money actually goes into paying penalties. Not to forget that when those members, the salaries are delayed, they actually go to members of parliament to feed their families. So it's important that as we release this money, as we pass this,
they try and ensure that this money comes timely every 3 months. Thank you, Chair.
Let me give to that member whom I can't, with a mask, can't tell who. Yes, Honorable, and you have been very patient across the whole afternoon.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I also support the budget for the Parliament. But I want to state here on record that there are certain decisions or certain proclamations that have been made here that we, using the word we have failed. I have not failed. So maybe we need to be careful on certain statements that we make, that I speak for myself and I don't speak for all of us, that we have failed our oversight role. That is not correct. I have not failed. Maybe Addis has failed, but not I. Thank you.
Very well, honorable members, we really must progress this. I put the question that the programs under vote 2042, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. With as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. With as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 23,205,499,775 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2042. With as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. With as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 2043, Parliamentary Joint Services.
I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 7,663,909,101 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2043.
Programs under vote 2043, General Administration, Planning and Support Services, Legislative Training, Research, and Knowledge Management.
I propose a question that the programs under vote 2043, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Honorable Chair, Honorable Ishongwa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. It's really not on that vote, Honorable Chair, but under the programs, there is General Administration, Planning, and Support Services. And because these are House of Records, Honorable Chair, I think it's only fair that I make a correction, an inadvertent typographical error on the schedule that is attached to the order paper today. Under vote 2041 Parliamentary Service Commission, there was a figure that was broken down into Senate Affairs and General Planning and Admin Planning and Support Services. That is now under this vote 2043. And therefore, the one under Parliamentary Service Commission, under Senate Affairs, it's one figure, which should reflect the 6,436,543,470 as one program, and vote 2041 has only that one program of Senate Affairs. That's just for cleanup, Honorable Chair. Just because we are a House of Records, and since these documents are going into our records, it's good to notify the House and indeed the public that was that typographical error. That the General Admin, Planning and Support Services is under vote 2043, and therefore the figures that were broken down there were not to be that way on the order paper.
But doesn't change
It doesn't change what is going on the vote, Honorable Chair. Yeah.
Very well. Leader, we must make progress on this, Leader. Yes, Honorable Udo.
Chair, I support the allocation of the budget. My only concern is to ask the Parliamentary Service Commission to move with a bit of speed and complete the new building, because some of us are eyeing to have offices there, either before we go home or hopefully when we come back, we would want to have offices there. Because the offices we have at Continental House are very stuffy, it becomes difficult to work. Just to appeal to the Parliamentary Service Commission to ensure the building is completed in time. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable members, I put the question that the programs under vote 2043, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay?
None.
The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 7,663,909,101 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of vote 2043. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Congratulations, members. We are done with the final vote, three arms of government, on the committee of supply. Mover.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee of the whole House do report to the House its consideration of the budget estimates for the financial year 2020-2021 and its approval thereof without amendments.
Honorable members, I put the question, which is that the committee of the whole House do report to the House its consideration of the budget estimates for the financial year 2020-2021 and its approval thereof without amendments. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, Madam Speaker.
But as we get ready, just one moment. Order members, as you're aware, we must change the setup and sanitize, include the speaker's seat. Very well. You comply with my ruling. Very well. Let's have the mover to move agreement. The chair.
Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the committee of the whole House has considered the budget estimates for the financial year 2020-2021, approved the same without amendments, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 221 of the Constitution of Kenya, Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and Standing Orders 240, approves the issuance of sum of Kenya shillings 1,687,661,995,757 from the consolidated fund to meet the expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of the votes as approved in the schedule. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well, thank you. The chairperson, let me have the mover to move agreement with the report.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the Committee of the whole House in its consideration of the budget estimates for the financial year 2020-2021, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 221 of the Constitution of Kenya, Standing Orders number 240 approves the issuance of a sum of Kenya shillings 1,887,661,995,757 661,995,757 from the Consolidated Fund to meet the expenditure for the national government, Parliament, and the judiciary during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of the votes as approved in the schedule. Honorable Speaker, I also request the Leader of Majority, Honorable Aden Duale, to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Duale for seconding.
Madam Speaker, as I second, I want to confirm to all and sundry that this is a budget-making house. If you want money and you're in the judiciary, you have no choice, you have to speak to the National Assembly. If you're in Parliament, your money is in this assembly. Because I saw some leaders, telling the Chief Justice that we will help you in budget. Which budget? Which budget? The budget, and I want to thank the budget and the committee and this House and the development committees, that from the day the minister tabled the budget policy statement to when that report was adopted, to when he tabled the estimates, 2 months to the end of financial year, and subjected to departmental committee scrutiny, and that report of the budget committee adopted. And now we are the committee of supply, which we are just concluding. The next phase and the final phase is the publication of the appropriation bill. Then that sets the stage for this House to adopt that and His Excellency the President to sign that bill into law plus the warrants. And Senate, the only thing is after Honorable Ichungwa's committee and this House gives them the amount going to counties, which is 316, then their business is to allocate. How much will Governor Sonko get? How much will Anyang' Nyong'o get? So if you are masquerading outside there, that you can give people money, then you are wrong. One of the functions, key functions, and people don't know, one of the key functions of the National Assembly is the budget-making process. After legislation, after oversight, after representation, and that's why we are sitting here. There are even people who don't know what Committee of Supply is. Honorable Kimunya will explain to them if they want a free tutorial. So please don't take powers which is not yours. Your work is even like today. You can impeach a governor. We can't impeach a governor. We can't impeach a governor. So, there is demarcation, the framework of the Constitution. And we will never pretend. That's why I never commented about, Anwar Guru and her impeachment. Because I have no vote, I have no role, I have no business. So please stick to your lane. So thank you, Chair. And we are waiting for Kara. In fact, Kara is so important. Now that we are finished, they are struggling with the formula. The formula has to come here. We are asking our colleague, the Senate, once you finish with what you are doing now, please finish the county revenue allocation. We have no powers to amend it. For us to amend, we need 2/3 majority. We will just pass what you have passed. So please bring it. I beg to second and thank the House for sitting very late. Madam Speaker, this process takes 6 sitting days. But because of COVID-19, I want to thank the Speaker's panel, the Speaker himself, and all of us for making sure that we have finished the Committee of Supply within 2 days. Yes, 2 days. In fact, it's 2 days. So thank everybody, and I'm sure next week we go back to deal with the finance bill and the appropriation bill. I second.
Very well. We receive your thanks and congratulations to the members. All members, order members, order. I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said reports. Let me first give let me give the member for Kipipiri, the Honorable Kimunya Muhinga. Yes, you're on 155.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I want to record my appreciation first, for the members who have sat through this session this afternoon. This House, the main responsibility of this House is to appropriate money and to demand accountability. And I would have expected the chamber to be full as we see where we are giving the money. So congratulations to the members who actually sat through this afternoon and indeed this morning. And also, perhaps on behalf of the other members who are not in the budget committee, to record the appreciation of the work that has been done by the Budget and Appropriation Committee through these very difficult times in actually taking the budget to where it is today. So, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to by way of, as I support the adoption of the report by the main House, is also to ensure that the thanks of the House are also put on record for the committee and also for the members who have sat through this whole process in acknowledgement of the fact that this is the biggest responsibility we have as a House. And also to the staff at the Treasury, National Treasury, for the hours they put into this process. And to wish everyone luck as we go through the remaining phases of this process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Your appreciation is well received. The member for...
Let's go home, Speaker. Speaker, put the question, we go home.
Let me have the member lady who is upstanding before I make a decision on the putting of the question.
The numbers would be there.
No, yeah, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to make a correction to Honorable Ishongwa. I'm not speaking because of gender balance, Madam Speaker. He's my friend, and I know he's quite gender responsive. I'm speaking for record and to contribute to the issue before you. Madam Speaker, I also want to join my colleagues to thank the member for Kikuyu, Kimani Ichung'wa, who is the chair for the budget and appropriation. And I heard Dware digressing on a particular issue, but I want to thank him and his committee for doing a very good job. Madam Speaker, it's quite a lot of work. And we must appreciate members who work hard. And Honorable Dware also is left to do his work. Madam Speaker, is excellent in his job. Execution is perfect. And when I said that oversight is necessary and Parliament must be given time and space and independence, I know that my sister, Honorable Member Obara, took issue. It is true, we have done very well sometimes, but it's also true, and we must agree to be held accountable like we are holding others accountable. Let's avoid pretense. When we have done well, Madam Speaker, like we have done in this particular exercise, we want to commend. But when we have lost it, Madam Speaker, and many times we have done that, let us agree that it can happen. And therefore, a call to good work, a call to consistency, a call to working under the law and within the law is really positive criticism, Madam Speaker. And I'm a supporter, ardent supporter of the independence of the legislature. I'm an ardent supporter of the independence of our institutions. And of course, empowerment of women is key in development. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Just a comment. We are trying to confirm a few issues. Yes?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll keep it very short. First of all, let me thank the Budget and Appropriation Committee and all members of Parliament for the wonderful job we have done. The ball now lies both on us and the executive and all other commissions that have given money. Exercise prudent use of the funds, allow Parliament to oversight, and give Parliament all the latitude it has to oversight. But, Honorable Speaker, we must remember, we ourselves probably at many times have let Parliament down. Probably we remember the often stated glitch, the tyrant of numbers. It's what has killed the independence of Parliament. And unless we go back and soul search ourselves, the tyrant of numbers will keep on oscillating from one side to another, and we will abuse our parliamentary powers and privileges. Honorable Speaker, I urge my colleagues, as Honorable Wahome has put it, let's soul search and find what's our position in this political dispensation, and our view, as we protect the Constitution, we must always remember we owe this country the first duty, and probably any other bodies or powers, secondary duties. We must take care when you gloat about a tyrant of numbers, at one time, the scale will tip to the other side. I wish everybody the best of luck. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. I know our members would want to say something, and from behalf of the Speaker's chair and the panel members also, we thank you for the cooperation that you've given us since morning. Many faces, the Leader of Majority, among others, Boy, and many of you, we've been together since morning during the Committee of the Supply. Our members, guided by the House, our own standing orders, I'm not in a position to put the question, and the question will be put during the next sitting as it will be allocated in our order paper. Again, next order.
Order number 9, motion, approval of nominees for appointment to constituency committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund.
Chair.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Chair, I beg to move pursuant to the provision of Section 43(4) and Regulations 5(10) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund 2015, this House approved the list of nominees for appointment to the following 38 constituencies, committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, June 11, 2020, which is also attached on the order paper. This is just a very clear procedure. I don't have to say much. We have been doing it. This should be the last 38 remaining constituencies. And these are as attached in the order paper I have said. I'm sure the Hansard will bear me out. Either Chuka Igangombe, Embakasi Central.
Maybe if I would maybe give an input at the Leader of Majority. If you could read the motion as you go to...
I've read.
As it is?
As it is, I've read.
Very well.
So, Embakasi North, Emura Dikir, Garissa Township, Emegwen, Kabuchai, Kajiado, East, Kasarani, Kapenguria, Kinango, Keyo South, Kimindili, Kisumu Central, Lamu West, Kitutu Chacha, Chache North, Lamu East, Loima, Mogotio, Muhoroni, Makadara, Mandera South, Mwala, Mwatate, Nakuru Town, East, North Mugirango, Ruaraka, Sabatia, Nyakach, Nyando, Nyatike, Subukia, Suna East, Saku, Serehe, Wajir South, Balambala, and Garsen constituencies. I beg to move and ask Honorable Mbui, the Deputy Minority Leader, to second.
Honorable Mbui for seconding.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I rise to second and just say that the Leader of Majority has ably enumerated what needs to be done. I just want to say that we are allowing the committees to be able to be put in place so that they can serve the public, because without those committees, of course, they cannot be able to implement the projects under NGCDF. So I second.
Members, I propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(4) and Regulation 5(10) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund 2015, This House approves the list of nominees for appointment to the following 38 constituency committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, June 11, 2020, confirmed as it is read by the Leader of Majority. Again, and members, from where I sit, and for obvious reasons, I confirm that I'm not in a position to put the question to order motion number 9, and I order that it will be put in the next sitting, as it will be very well put in our order paper. The members who have, it's not their time. It is Leader of Majority. Yes, we have some seconds. The mover. I wanted a comment from you, the Leader of Majority, but before then, allow me also thank the...
No, I need to first...
yes,
I beg to move.
You beg to reply.
I beg to reply, I'm sorry. This former, to be former, has confused me.
I can say today it's a very busy day, but I'm very happy. Yes, it has been replied that and ordered that we'll put the question in the next sitting. But members, I also want to thank, before we go, the surgeon at arms who are sanitizing our seats, and especially the seats from the members when they leave. I've been watching. I'm a recipient of some, including us even being changed our masks. The speaker sees the seat for the clerk, and I can see 2 of them wearing white, ready to sanitize the seats. Thank you for the good work. Members, and supplying masks. The time being 7, this House stands adjourned till Thursday, June 18th, 2020 at 2:30 p.m. Thank you all.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam.